Good morning. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi, Karen. Hi, Susan. All right, signing in. All right. So as people are joining in, could everyone please go to the chat and give me a little hey ho from attendance? Hi, Linda.
Hi.
All right. Alan, nice to see you. All right. Hi, Gerard.
Good morning.
I'm renaming people, so sorry if my attention is somewhere else right now.
You're renaming people?
When they show up without their first and second name on the thing, I have
Oh,
to add their last names, which is a rename process, and so I'm just renaming some people. Ah, almost done. While others people are joining. Let me put, I just had to copy your name, Lisbeth. I don't remember how to type the last name. So here you go. All right. And then here comes Jacob. All right. So let's head over. Thank you, Sue, for inaugurating the meeting chat. Let's do a little Good Friday morning to one and all. That's from me. Hey, Jacob.
Good morning.
All right. Cool. Here comes Rebecca. All right. Hi, Rebecca. I am aware that I missed responding to an email from you this week. It's been a crazy week, so I'll try to get to it over the weekend. Okay. So, hi everyone. I think now the flood of arrivals should have lessened and people will keep popping in. So, let's get going. I just want you to know that I'm not at my best this morning. I'm having a humongous headache. I am not one. I've only once or twice in my entire life had what I believe would be a migraine, and I think this might be that because
Ooh.
it's just relentless, and I am not one to have headaches, so I'm going to do my best here. I don't have any meds or whatever. I have a friend who has migraines all the time, and that's why I'm assuming from her descriptions that's what's happening. And she has all these things she does. I just don't have them. So I'm just kind of miserable. But I'll do my best, and we shall see.
Sorry.
Mm, I think it will work. I flow through this one. But worst case scenario, we might need to finish up early or something. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, needed to say that so it doesn't come as a surprise if you see me being kind of like, eh. But there you go.
Or
I
you
don't know.
disappear.
If suddenly I just croak and fall sideways or something, that's how I feel right
Who do we call?
now. No, it's not that bad. I mean, it's really, I doubt I will just disappear. I think I will. Make me laugh.
fortunately, I don't know.
Don't make me
Staring
laugh.
at a computer screen's a good idea for you with a
True.
migraine.
True.
Well, I'll just
All right.
like that. We'll what power through. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for all of the work done posting posting your work on the Padlet. So I am working on getting the link right now so that we can all head over to the Padlet. Here we go. It's in the chat. Everyone, please head over to the chat if you haven't yet to give a little attendance kind of good morning-ish. Oh, the link didn't copy. There we go. Oh, oh, my keyboard. In the mornings, my keyboard needs to be reset or it doesn't like want to work, which is bizarre. I've never heard of a keyboard having morning issues. Why am I not
Hello?
copy?
Hold on a second, I've got to get the noise down so I can hear you.
Wow,
Okay,
I'm not
okay, I'm there, I hear you.
copied Boreal to your clipboard, and why is it not pasting? Alan, can you mute yourself? There it is. Wow, my keyboard is
Yes.
what? Where is it plugged into, and why is it not? I might need to.
Fasten me. Okay.
Okay, that's not good. Where's everyone? Hello.
You don't see us?
No, my keyboard is dead, so my screen went dead, like as if you haven't used the keyboard for a while.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
how it does that? And so now suddenly I'm seeing the mountains of the um okay. Am I back in?
We see you.
See you.
Yeah. Okay. Finally it worked. My keyboard sometimes it's news to me that in the morning it wants to be replugged in and I don't know. Anyway, here we go. It's finally working. I was just doing everything with my mouse until now, letting people in and out. But when I started to type to get the URL or whatever, the link for you guys, it suddenly wouldn't work. Okay. So now I'm sharing my screen. Let me move you guys up to my top screen. And here we go. So most of you guys posted the schoolwork, like the work that you did last week and completed it and finished all the stuff. So a lot of you did some new posting. And then Sisombat put someone here, but Sisombat is not here yet. So I am going to wait until he comes to talk about it, but just rather quickly, you know how he had that paintbrush that he had put in a couple of other images last time. So then he put this one here, and then he tried to get to get this shadow. He calls it the blurry person in the background, right? And I'm not sure right now that looks like the brush, like that he masked the brush because it's the long thing in the middle. So that's all I can see. Um, but I don't see he says he struggled to get rid of that blurry person, but I don't see here anything that would mean that he was trying to get rid of that person. So unless he did it with a remove person feature that I showed you last week, but I venture to say that this is too blurry to look like a person for that feature to understand it as a person. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's my guess. So whenever he comes back, I'll have him try it a different way. Sometimes I can tell with the work done here what's happening here, but in this case, these are just hue saturations, which means it's just a change of color. Another thing is he has all this banding going on and coloring going on, but he's someone who does things in a way that are very more artistic because that's what he is and that's what he does. So I don't think that's an issue for him. It's not about whether the sky is smooth or whatever, I'm assuming, or it wouldn't be that way. But we'll see when he joins the class. And someone just joined. Someone's in the way. Oh, it's Sisambat. Here we go. All right. Hey, Sisambat. Can you hear me? Good. Well, it turns out that I was beginning to talk about your image, but I noticed you weren't here. So now that you're here, I'll continue. I was about to stop and work with something else, but I'm glad you're here. So here it is. Thanks for joining us. And here's I was mentioning that I needed to ask you, but here you are. I'm going to ask you. You mentioned that you're trying to get rid of the blurry person and that you struggled and that you were trying to do a quick selection. So, um, off from this image that I see, it seems that you have selected the paintbrush, right? And changed its color because it's a hue saturation thing. So that means that since the brush is white, it is the brush that's being changed color and the rest is being left as normal. And then it looks like you have another hue saturation here affecting the entire image. Now, I don't know if that's the one that's turning everything purple or orange. It would seem so. Yeah, you seem to be nodding. So that is affecting everything at once. Yet over here, you had also changed the brush. Okay. So I don't see over here any intent to get rid of the blurry person. So I was wondering out loud, right when you came in, whether you were trying to use that remove person feature that I taught last week.
Right.
And yeah, remove people, I think it's called. And if so, I doubt that AI would interpret this blurry shape as people. It's
Mm.
just not people-ish enough. I mean, we understand imaging enough to know that that's probably a person, but had you probably because of the head, because if that little bit wasn't there, then it could have been a bush or a tree or a pillar or something, right? But that kind of gives us an idea. It's some kind of an alienish shape of a person. So I'm thinking if you want to get rid of this, you're going to have to do it um with the other re retouching tools that we went through. Remember we
Yeah,
had
I tried the Band-Aid when it grays it out, but it
uh-huh.
creates this sort of blemish. You can tell that it's been worked
Yeah, and
on.
then let me explain why I'm thinking that's happening. This is so blurred. Do you see all the color that's happening in the sky? All
Hmm.
that? I can't tell what that is because I don't see it reflected here. Is it part of the original photo or have you been working on
Yeah,
them
the hue
together?
saturation affects the entire thing except for the brush,
Okay.
white piece.
So it's very hard to get um the Band-Aid tools. There's three versions of Band-Aid tools, so I'm not sure which of the three you used. But you might be able to accomplish this with the second one, the healing tool. Um, I don't know how well you would have to try it and tell me how well those tools can reproduce a sky that's as banded, as this, because it's not like it's reproducing the texture of grass or the texture of this or that. You know what I'm trying to say? It's just having to create first of all, a very it has nothing to measure itself
Right.
from.
The
So
background's already blurry,
yeah.
and
So there's
so
let me
yeah,
just say there's only one tool I didn't teach you guys last week. I'll hear I want to hear everything you have to say, but I want to tell everyone. Remember that there were three band-aids and I taught you two of them. And then there was one left, which was the healing tool version of the band-aid that I didn't teach you. That's the one where you choose what to copy on to something. That's the only one I think might work here, Susambat. So let me see if I can work it into today's class because let me explain what that one does. You select an area that you want to copy. It's not now AI or anything else. And I have a feeling that you could probably select this portion here. Like it's shorter than that guy, but if you select this portion here, then you would have a seemingly gradated horizon line that you can then copy and put over here to recreate that bottom. See what I mean, you guys?
yeah, I see what you mean. The symmetry kind
Then,
of thing.
and then you would have to still figure out a way to recreate, and maybe the other Band-Aid tool, the healing brush tool, because I'll show you now the names. They have a very similar name, but they operate extremely differently. Then maybe you can pick up from here to bring it over and copy there, and thus you would create an extra surface on top of this to hide what's underneath. It's the hardest thing to do when it's blurry. It's much easier to have sharp grass on top of sharp grass, as long as it's the same type of grass. Because then you can blend the edges and it just kind of disappears, or the surface of a wall or something like that. But the gradients that slowly change a regular sky, you look at it, you think it's all blue, but in reality, the bottom is going to be much lighter and the top is going to be much darker, right? We're looking at the near the earth versus near, outer space or whatever. And so when you try to patch a bird that's flying up here, you try to patch it into here, suddenly it has a darker blue outline because it came from, what seems like only a few feet up, but it's really a very different sky. So that's
Mhm.
what you'll be working with here and trying to get that same
Got it.
gradient. This is actually much harder, believe it or not. than other stuff. Oh, I see you, Shelley. Oh, I'm so sorry.
This is good
Okay.
to know. I can make sure that the photos that I do want to use that are my own have
Well,
that foreground background contrast.
yeah. And I'm not saying that this is not doable. It's just that it's the
It's gonna
kind of
take
thing that's going
time.
to be very taxing and that it's okay. You have the skills, you know, you are learning and you're comfy with computers. You would have the skills to do this, but it's not something that one little brush can handle, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
There's some
Uh,
things that just aren't the automatic tools can't handle, and you have to then go back to the things we've been doing for millennia in Photoshop, right? Whenever I say you have to go in and just kind of hand work on it, this might be one of those. Okay.
okay.
So I'm going to see if I can get into showing you a bit that healing tools with an exercise that applies to everyone since it is the one that I didn't show. And then maybe you can use that and show us how it worked or not with this one. Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
need help.
Hi, Alan.
Yes. Uh, I have a problem. I can observe your screen and hear everything, but I'm having trouble getting my own screen to be able to edit or
Yeah.
replicate.
So let me stop for a minute. The other day I helped you with this. Alan has, I'm in case it's the same answer that it came back. Remember that you ended up having two desktops and only
Mm.
one desktop can work at a time. So could that be what's happening? And if
No,
so,
I only have one desktop, but I have another screen that I opened
no,
Photoshop on, but I'm trying to get it to replicate what's happening on your screen.
okay, well right now I was just not in Photoshop. I was just in if you click on the link I put in the chat, I was just showing the Padlet. So that wasn't part of Photoshop yet.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
So let me put that link in here again and see the link that just appeared in the chat. Click on it and
I
it'll
have
open
to,
in one of your browsers and we'll show you the Padlet. Okay.
have to find that link. Uh,
I put it in the chat. So here where I say
oh, I
hi,
see.
say
Okay.
hi, right there.
Okay.
Click on that and it'll open up in whatever browser you use. And that's what I was showing. But we are about to go into the Photoshop now.
okay.
I'm not
Okay.
seeing any other questions that the rest of you guys in the Padlet showed. I'm seeing a lot of posting of all of the assignments.
Right.
Did I miss any question? No. And then did anyone, well, tell me if I missed one, but because every now and then I'll tell someone, will ask me in class. And I think last week I had said something, maybe to Shelley or to someone I had said, ask me in class. I'm suddenly not sure if we did answer it in class. But anyway, if you guys look for your posts, you might see whether I said to ask me in class. Okay. Other than that, and if there's no other questions, here comes Angelina, then we're going to open Bridge and Photo. Well, hopefully it's already open. We're going to switch to Bridge and Photoshop. All right. Good morning, Angelina.
Good
So
morning.
we've just been working on Padlet with the classwork, but now I'm about to start working with Photoshop. So here we go. Let's go to Bridge. Good timing. You must have some sensor there, Angelina. All right. So one thing that I haven't shown you guys yet, which is very important, and so we're going to focus on that a little bit today, is working with different types of files, in particular DN, in this case it's a DNG, but it's a raw image. How many of you guys, let me talk for a second. How many of you guys know, because you know what a raw image is and you know about your cameras, how many of you know that you are able to capture raw images with your phone or camera devices? And if you know and you can, give me a yes. And if you don't know or you can't, and it's different. If you don't know, give me a no. And if you can't, use your raise hand, right? And that way it divides you into three. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, and you don't know if your device can do it, either of the don't knows, then give me a little raised hand. And no is you can't, yes is you can. And everyone has to give me an answer here. So
Uh, I didn't
Okay,
catch the
Susan,
question.
you're doing a thumbs up. Susan, give me a minute. Can you switch that to a yes? I think your thumbs up means yes, but see there, it disappeared. I happened to see it. If you can see the little yes, that would be great. The question was, do you know if you can take raw images with your phone or your camera? Yes, if you can, no, if you can't. Or if you don't know, then raise your hand. Like Lisbeth raised your hand, it's because I don't even know if I can or not. It's not that I can't, I just don't know if I can. That's the don't know. Okay, great. So Alan, you're raising your hand. So that's about 4 or 5 of you of the I don't know. I don't know if I can. Some of you already do know what I'm asking, and you know that you cannot. That would be a no. But most of you guys who aren't saying yes are basically in the I don't know, right? And that's fine. Linda, do you have any idea your answer there? You're muted. Oh, you're giving me thumbs up. Okay, you're giving me a
I
rain of
keep
thumbs
I
up.
keep responding, but it doesn't do anything. It has like
Well, no, it does. It's giving me a little flurry of fun thumbs up, which is great. But if you go down in the same place where you're answering, in the middle-ish, further down, you'll see that there's a green circle, and that would be a yes, which I'm assuming since you're throwing up thumbs up, so that you're saying yes. There we go. Perfect.
okay.
Um, Karen already said over there. The reason I use the yeses and the nos, guys, is because they stay. See that? Versus those of you who give me the thumbs up, they disappear. Which was happening to you. All right. Okay, everyone has answered now. Thank you. All right, cool. So for those of you who know, you know. That's fine. Alan, did you say yes or no? I think you had said yes. No,
No,
yeah,
I did.
you raised your hand. Okay, so Lisbeth, Sambat, Karen, and
I'm
Alan
not
are in the I don't know if I can perch
right.
port. Okay, so if you have a DSLR, the one with the big lenses and all that, I'm gonna assume that you can as long as it's from the last 10 years of life or so. Um, if instead you take your photos with your camera, then it depends on the model of your camera. I would say that on an iPhone, you had to, I think it started doing RAWs as of iPhone 12, if I'm not wrong. And an Android started earlier. So whatever would be equivalent to an iPhone 12 started earlier. So I'm talking 5 years-ish ago for the iPhone, and maybe 6 or 7 years for Androids, of the good ones, the high level variety of Androids, right? The ones that are the more expensive ones, so to say. So if your phone happens to fall within an iPhone newer than the 12, or an Android of the good variety, because it's harder on Android because there's so many makers and varieties and da, da, da. But like the Google Pixel, some of the good Androids from even a few years before that, they are all capable of capturing raw images. So that's my quick answer to all of you guys, whether you can or not. Now the question is why and what are raw images, right? And why would it be something that you want to find out? Now, if you can and you have an iPhone or an Android, the feature isn't turned on automatically. You pick up your phone and you shoot a JPEG, and that's what everyone knows. Same with any old digital camera, DSLR, anything. You just pick it up out of the package, so to say, and shoot, and what you get is a JPEG. Except for if you have an iPhone of the last few years, where you just pick up an iPhone and you click, and what you get is an HEIC, which is the second photo I have here. I have a cow and a tile, a pattern that's a wall with a very intricate design pattern tile. Those are HEICs. That's the equivalent of a JPEG, but it's a format that only the iPhones shoot. Literally, the brand Apple phones shoot with HEIC. And it's equivalent to the JPEG. That said, the JPEG has been around for bazillions of years, like since the beginning of digital photography. Every single phone, device, app, web page, the entire world knows how to use a JPEG. Word, Excel, PowerPoint, every website in the like every time you see an image, you can must anywhere online and or printed on a catalog or on a magazine, you can assume that 99.9% of the times that's a JPEG photo. Okay? So JPEG is universal, understood by everything and everyone. The problem with JPEG is that it causes it's a format that causes a destructive process to happen in your photos. So when you click, the moment you click to take that picture, the camera trying to stuff as many photos as it can into itself, or whatever that camera device might be, it already creates a reduction, a compression of that image, beginning the process of ruining the quality of it. Um, so for better or for worse, we all look at a photo and look, it's great. What do you mean, ruin the quality? It's great. I have a ton of JPEGs here. They all look good. Um, it's just that the initial compression that happens by the camera, what it does is the camera does its best to represent what the eyeball does. And you know how our human eyes, we can look at a photo of a white house against a blue sky that has some shadow of a tree going across it. And our eyes can take it all in. We can see the white of that white house. We can see the details of that same white wall under the shadow of the tree. And we can still notice that the sky looks blue. But that's a huge range of tones that cameras can't capture. Cameras will look at that image and will either choose to expose and give you a nice white house with a grayish part of the wall where the shadow falls on it, but then the sky will be a just blown out white. It just can't capture it. Or it'll give you a beautiful blue sky, and then your house is going to look really dark and forget the shadow is going to look black, right? Because it needs to choose one or the other. So that's the range that our human eyes can capture that cameras can't. So, somewhere in the middle, you can sometimes the camera will choose somewhere in the middle and then it'll do its best and you'll get like a grayish light blue sky and you'll get, a whitish light gray wall, and that's usually considered good. And since once again, we see that photo, our eyes interpret it as, oh, a white house on a blue sky, but in reality, what you're seeing is a light gray house and a light blue sky. You know what I mean? And the reason and the way that you give a photo an oomph to look better is because then in Photoshop or whatever, you can manipulate that sky to get blue, or you can manipulate that wall to get whiter. And that's the photo that the professional photographer shows of the Greek islands versus the one that you took. The sky is gone, or, that kind of thing. So, you have a better chance at getting those photos to work if you shoot them raw. So what does raw mean? It means at the moment that you click that camera, or click, if you click this way, if it's a phone, now that would be clicking the camera. Hold on to your questions, Susan. So the moment that you take that picture, the camera will not post-process it. So remember, the first thing I said was that when you click, the camera will squish it to create a JPEG. Not only will it get squished to create a JPEG, but it will also give it some post-processing. It's going to sharpen it a bit. It's going to make it a little bit warmer, a little bit this, a little bit that. So that's post-processing the camera does to a JPEG and the moment that it's being saved as a photo. And that is already doing something to your photo that you didn't do, that the camera does. And each camera manufacturer does it differently. Each camera model does it differently. It's a little processing that happens in your camera. So what raw means is that nothing gets touched. Your camera does not do anything. It just saves what it sees. That's why it's called a raw photo. It is avoiding any kind of processing. However many pixels the camera can capture, it captures and it delivers that image to you raw, untouched. Okay? what's the advantage of a raw photo and what's a disadvantage? The disadvantage is it's huge. It might be 10 times bigger, right? So say that you take 10 photos, 10 JPEGs, and it occupies a certain amount of space. And then when you take 10, it's equivalent to one raw photo. And I'm saying that as a generic number because it depends on which camera you have and what kind of raw they take. But so then if you take 100, you can take 10 raws or 1,000 JPEGs, right? And it all occupies the same amount of space in your phone. So you don't want to go around doing every single phone photo as raw because you don't have space on your devices. Does that make sense? Very quickly you run out of space. On the other hand, raws don't even look that good. When you first open a raw, it's a little bit blah. And the reason it's a little bit blah is because it hasn't been post-processed by the camera. So when you compare, if you could compare a JPEG or a RAW of the same moment, the RAW is going to be less interesting than the JPEG because the JPEG has been worked on a little bit by your camera to make it be ready to kind of make it look its best and print it, right? So the raw, on the other hand, is kind of going to be like, a bit lacking in contrast. It's just like it needs to be worked. It's like it's. I'm trying to think. It's the difference of trying to make the same meal from a frozen meal that you buy at the store and put in a microwave versus cooking it from scratch with organic ingredients by a chef. And it's the same name of the meal, and they're like, "Whoa," right? Okay, I see the difference kind of thing. That's good. Because with the raw image, you then work on it in a raw processing device or in Photoshop or in Lightroom and whatever it might be, and you can get far superior results. But you need to work on it. So if you take every picture of your vacation in raw, A, you fill up all your devices, and B, now you have to work on the 1,000 images to make them look good versus if you take them as JPEGs you got a lot of really good photos of your vacation, but then there's a couple of scenes that are just incredible that you shot in RAW that you can then make really amazing photos. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, a lot of people would say, forget it, shoot always in RAW. And I had someone in my digital design techniques who's a professional photographer look at what I just said and go, oh, no, you just got to shoot in RAW. Of course, if you're someone who is a photographer, and who every shot that you take you want to make into an amazing picture, then shoot everything in RAW. But if you're just a regular person who goes around taking pictures of things that they think are gorgeous, or they're on a trip, or they're at their, granddaughter's, first birthday, I would recommend switching from RAW to JPEG, turn the RAW feature on and off for what you're looking at this gorgeous sunset. And the problem with that is that like I'm sitting there walking and it's having an amazing sunset and I'll take a picture of it and then later I'll go, oh, I forgot to turn on RAW. And then I look and I had a JPEG of that sunset and I'm like, oh, I wish I'd remembered, right? So sometimes I miss it because of that. But on the other hand, I'm not going to take every pebble that I see that I like in RAW because then I won't be able to have that work. So hopefully you can remember more to turn it on and off. And it's a feature. So the homework for all of those of you who raised your hands, hi Wally, by the way, I was in the middle of talking when I signed you. For all of those of you who don't know whether they can shoot RAW or not on your devices, given the constraints that I said of what devices would do it, research, go to Google it up and say, my phone is this one, my camera is this one. Can I shoot RAW? And if so, go to the instructions, user guide, whatever, and find out what it takes to be able to switch your camera RAW on and off. Okay?
Question.
Yes, Wally?
My camera.
Okay, hold on. You have two microphones on. You need to choose one and go to the audio
Done.
button. Okay, got it. Yes.
I was looking at my camera and it asked me if I want to shoot RAW or compress RAW. And I thought that was kind of a misnomer. I mean, if it's RAW and it's not
What
compressed.
camera is that? I'm writing that down and I'm
It's
going
a
to have to
Sony
look it up.
Alpha 7 2.
Sony Alpha 7 2 like 72 or 7?
7 and then in Roman numerals 2.
Okay.
And I go and he asks me JPEG or RAW, and then when I go to RAW, they ask me plain
Compressed
RAW
raw. Okay.
or
So
compressed RAW.
I don't know the answer to that, but I have I have a conjecture that I'm going to bring out, and then you guys can look it up.
Right,
Because
thank you.
I was going to explain that. Remember that I said that JPEG compresses photos, right? And
Right,
there's two types of compressions. There's lossy compression, and there's lossy meaning loses quality,
Mhm.
right? And I'm trying an absolute blank right now. It's not lossy. It lost less. It's weird. It's lossy or lost less. Loss less compression means that it compresses without losing quality, which is HEIC has, remember I just said JPEG versus HEIC. HEIC has a compression that I don't know if it's loss less, but it's certainly much less lossy than JPEG. But I think it's a loss less compression version. There's other like PNGs are compressed versions that are loss less. For better or for worse, the loss less compressions compress things less because they don't lose quality. So when your goal is a small file, it's not the perfect choice. When your goal is a better photo, loss less compressions still give you more space in your camera, but hopefully don't introduce artifacts and things into the camera. And remember that I told you that the church that we've been using had a lot of artifacts in it. Remember the roof and stuff like that? Those would be compression artifacts. I'm sure I'm going to find another one of these photos that has compression artifacts to show you. And then I'll bring it up. But right now, I've always do my best to put photos that don't have compression artifacts. So I might have not put one in here. Anyway.
Hey,
So my conjecture, let me finish the sentence, is that your Sony camera is doing a raw image where it doesn't do any of the processing that I'm telling you that the camera does, where it sharpens and it darkens and it gives you warm and you whatever, which is what a JPEG does. But maybe it does include a lossless compression on that raw to allow for more to exist. Now, I'm going to look it up because that was new to me. Okay, so thanks for sharing
thank
that.
you.
Yes,
Diana,
George?
I
Yeah.
looked it up for you because I know you have a
Oh,
headache.
thank
And
you.
it's a lossy file format, and
It is lossy.
and it reduces file size by about 50%. And I
Okay,
think that
but
camera is like a 35 megabits, you know,
mhm,
per image, and so
mhm.
it probably cuts that in half.
So it is lossy though. Okay,
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
that's the big advantage of RAW is that you don't have
Any loss?
any
Right.
loss. So that's interesting. What I don't know if it's JPEG compression is very destructive. Maybe this lossy there's different ways that things get compressed. Maybe this is lossy compression that doesn't introduce so many artifacts. And for people who go around shooting, like I just said, birthdays and this and that, maybe it's a good in between choice, but then you would just turn that off and go into regular RAW when you're looking at the perfect sunset. That's going to have like these intense, the middle of the sun is going to blow out. If you have a sunset that's coming down and you take these gorgeous skies, but you know how the sun goes, just that little spot of sun just is blown out. If you have a raw image, you might have a better chance to get much more of that aura around it before you get a little dot of blown out and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So
It also mentioned it's really good for doing fast burst shooting, like 10 frames per second kind of stuff, because the camera can process each image faster.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of people are gonna take a bird in flight and they're not gonna go snap, right? They're gonna do where the camera goes and takes 100 photos, and that's why you see the beautiful, owl catching the mice in flight with the wings and the right tip. It's because they will shoot, 1,000 photos of a second, and so the camera has to process all of that really quickly. And so, yeah. Of course, the more professional the camera, the more money you put into it. That's the kind of difference that you get as far as performance. It's still all about the human eye and what you choose to shoot that makes, as far as I'm concerned, the better photo or not. But it's these kind of things that we're talking about that make a difference ultimately and how much you pay for a camera. Okay. So I have to admit that at photographer that I am a Brooks graduate. I have never been a landscape photographer. I'm a people photographer kind of person. And so when I travel, I used to lug my entire camera, tripod, the whole thing over, and I decided with myself that that's not the photographer that I am. And
Mhm.
so when I travel, meaning when I go, not when I travel, when I go for hikes and stuff like that, my phone's my camera, and I will rue the day when I see something that I wish I had had my big one, but it's just not reasonable for me. So I don't do that anymore. But you'll see people carrying and lugging all this equipment up there. Hopefully they know what they're doing because you can get a really good photo out of an iPhone, but might not get the one that's going to sell as a fine art, in a gallery. But other than that, you can get a really, really nice photo that you and everyone will enjoy for a long time out of a really nice, well chosen iPhone, especially if you can put it in RAW or Android, whatever. If you can put it in RAW. Um, and if you have like always the Pro Max version, like the really high end Androids, the really high end iPhones, they have better lenses and things like that. Okay, so that's the description of what a RAW is. Now, um, I see somebody asked me on the chat whether I have a class where I teach those settings. I do have a class where I teach how to use your iPhones, and I have one handheld devices where I'm teaching people how to use their Androids. But I don't spend as much time on RAW. I do show you how to access all the settings, but let me just right now telling you that if you have one of those phones, look it up. Go to the settings, and in the settings, it's not in the camera app where you take the picture. You have to go to the settings of the camera app, and that's where you turn on the possibility of turning things into RAW or not. Once you do that, then when you open your camera to shoot, the choice will be given to you then to choose inside of the app. But you first have to go and change your settings. It's not something that comes automatically in your camera app. Does that make sense? So 99% of the people will open their camera app and will shoot, and they don't get given the choice. They just shoot a JPEG or an HEIC. You have to go and alter the settings. And I'm happy to maybe after class if my head allows me to show you in your different cameras. Okay. But how do you process these images? Do you process them differently? No, and yes, meaning you can just open them in Photoshop and do what we just did. Now we've done very little. We've just done some masking that began to show you how you can alter different parts of an image so that you could have an idea of what it is and how to actually work with masking. But there's a tool called Camera Raw. It's a feature that appears in Photoshop. It appears in Bridge. It appears in Lightroom. It appears in Photoshop Elements that I think Wally had a version of that. That's it. It appears in those four programs. And it's a tool that allows you specifically to deal in a non-destructive manner with raw photos. And as of 2 years ago, it began to get some pretty high level masking options, which it didn't have before. So before you were forced to work on masking in actual Photoshop, now and like with the hue saturations with this, like I taught you just one adjustment layer, which was hue saturation, but there's many others, right? And you would use all those different adjustment layers to achieve the result you wanted in a photo in Photoshop. Now you can do a lot of that in the Camera Raw engine and leave Photoshop for some more specific work. So sorry. Um, so if you are one of the people who said, no, I don't have RAWs, or I don't know if I can shoot RAWs, and I don't even care, why are you talking about me to RAW? I just want to deal with the photos I have. The good news is that same tool can also work with JPEGs. So it's not like you're reduced to only working your raw images. If you don't have any raw images and you're going to use mine that I give you in class, well, fine, but then how does that apply to your real life? Well, you can use the same tool that I'm going to show you today also on your JPEG photos. Going back to the cookie analogy, the difference is going to be that had you had a raw photo, you might end up with a better product than if you start with a JPEG. But the tool can be used with both JPEGs and RAWs, even though it's called the RAW engine. You can open a JPEG into it. You can open an HEIC into it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So again, tomato salad from my backyard, organic tomato salad will be different than a tomato salad from like a commercial packaged plastic covered version. That's what I mean, but I can still use it. I can still make a tomato salad either way. Got it? And the main difference is going to be in the latitude of how much you can push or pull an image at the edges where it's really bright or really dark. So an image that looks almost dark, almost black, like it's a throwaway. This is a dark image. I can't do anything with it. You could actually bring it back to looking good. And an image that's, as opposed to an image that's completely blown out, like the camera just never captured that sky. It gave you a white sky. If nothing can fix it because the sky isn't there. If you photograph a white wall and the texture never got captured, well, the texture never got captured. Even if it's raw, you're not going to get it. But if you manage to do the exposure at the limit where a JPEG then would, in the compression, have lost those edges, then the raw still has it and you can bring it in and make it work. So it's those edges of your light where you can save a photo if you shoot it in raw, that you might not be able to save it if the camera has taken already and compressed it because it's gone, right? So that's where the differences would be. So I have a homework for you guys. I have a homework where you have those of you who don't know if you can shoot raw, then look into it. And if you can, you can do the homework. And if you can't, then you will just see the result of the homework from people's next week. But my homework is find yourself a very contrasty light situation. It doesn't need to be a great photo. You don't need to give me a masterpiece. I just want you to find some place, usually midday sun, where the sun is streaming down and there's a deep shadow under a tree, for example, and the sky is blue. And set up your camera and see if you can shoot of the exact same second, moment, and place a RAW and a JPEG, which, by the way, many cameras can do that. In those settings, you can set your camera to shoot both at the same time. Like you shoot once, but the camera processes and gives you a RAW and a JPEG. But if you can't do that, then you can just click JPEG, then go and switch to RAW and click and shoot a RAW, right? So it'll be as near as possible the exact same photo in the exact same moment, which doesn't always work because then you shoot something else. So keep an idea of where you went to try to shoot the same thing. But your computer, your phone might then process it differently, which is why it might not be the perfect example. But if you can do that, then Sambat is asking me, where will this be in the Padlet? The Padlet is where you need to post the work. Where will it be? I'm telling it to you. I'm not going to write the homework anywhere. I'm just saying, do your best, write it out, take a note, try to take a photo of each type and then post them. And they will look very similar, very similar. The moment you shoot it, the result looks, in fact, many times in a regular shot, not this extreme light, but if you just pick up your camera and regularly shoot a nicely lit thing, your JPEG will look better than the RAW. But if you shoot, so maybe you want to try that too. You might want to choose something nice, normal, without a big extreme, and then compare the two. but then also shoot something with a high level of contrast, compare the two, and then we can see how much more you can get out of, how much more you can eke out of the one that's high contrast level. So that's your homework. Post them, and then we can work on them next week. Or at least I'll have something to show you in case you didn't do it. So if you don't and you don't have the possibility to do raw photos, that's fine. Don't worry. But those of you who can, then please do it. Alan, you were raising your hand.
Yes. I looked up and I saw that I do have a Pro RAW and resolution control setting, which was turned on, but I still don't know how to make use of it, how to create a raw photo with
So
it.
when you go shoot, when you go to the camera app and go shoot on the top left, it'll show you that you can press on the top left and choose whether you're going to be using, the result will be a RAW or a JPEG or a what. And I see that looks like an iPhone. It's on the top
Oh,
left.
yeah, I just found it. It was next to
Oh.
HEIF. There's a format option to choose RAW. Okay,
Exactly.
my
But you had to
problem.
enable it where you did in the settings, and then you'll see it in your camera. Okay, guys, as you can see, if you just look it up, every camera model is so different. I can't even begin. I could tell by what I see when he raised it up what it was, but I can't figure out how it is on each different phone. So you have to look it up on your own. Or your cameras, right? You go into your menus and change it in your digital camera and your DSLRs. All right. I'm going to clean your answers now. It's up to you who chooses or does what, so to say, as far as what you will now be um, doing for homework. Um, Meanwhile, of course, today I'm going to teach you how to process using that the raw engine. So ideally, you will put as homework the unprocessed images, one of each as homework. But then if you also want to go ahead and process the raw one with the tools that I teach you today, you can go and see how much better you can make it or not, right? So that would be like a cherry on top of the homework if you can actually work on those images that you create and process them. Um, just so you know, next class is our final meeting. Which is why no matter how much my head hurts right now, for those of you who came in late, I have a blistering headache. But I didn't want to not teach today's class, but I just do want to say that this class is ending next week. And then the following Friday, this one starts, Photoshop for Digital Photographers. So if you don't know about that and you haven't signed up for it yet, please do so. And let me just say that this is a class that's going to be offered for those of you who want to take it on Zoom, just on Zoom. You can be on Zoom. But for those of you who want to be in person, I'm going to be teaching it in HyFlex mode, meaning I will be at the Wake Center in room 3. For people who want to be there in person, you can take it in person. So here, I'm going to give you the
Do I just paste the
person
code into
CRN.
the registration worksheet?
That
Like I
one.
did?
Yeah, and then this on Zoom. Okay.
5-2.
It is the exact same timing, 9 a.m. to 1:45, and we meet 5 times. This one was 6 weeks, but it was 5 meetings because we had President's Day in between. So it's this time it's 5 weeks. Friday. So basically, you can't take this class and then come the next Friday and be in this one because it'll be a new Zoom link. So you have to be registered and you need to have been on the list for me to send you the Zoom link for the new one. But other than that, you can keep taking classes even though next week is the last one if you sign up to this one. Okay. So I gave you now, for those of you who don't know about HyFlex, say that you choose to be on Zoom and then you are in Santa Barbara and you discover that maybe you'd like to be in person. You can switch, or the other way around. You sign up in person and then one day you don't feel good and that day you want to be on Zoom. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It's the same class. It happens at the same time. You can be at school one day and at home another day. So it doesn't really matter which one you sign up to. But if you know for sure that you're always going to be one or the other, or you prefer one or the other, then sign up to the CRN that corresponds with your preferred way of taking the class, okay? Um, all right. So one more thing that I wanted to say, and this is just for those of you who have any interest in knowing how to create a newsletter or any other kind of, I just finished teaching the digital sign techniques class, and in the next week, and I do need people for this, so if anyone is at all interested at all, please sign up. The continuation of that would be producing a digital newsletter, producing a digital magazine, which it isn't about creating a newsletter or a magazine. It's more about learning more about how to create products and stuff. These classes are Monday, Wednesday, 4:45 to 8:35, and it's 1 week, 2 meetings for that one, and 1 week, 2 meetings for this one. So if anyone's interested in those, please let me know.
Which software program do we need for that?
Uh, InDesign, Photoshop, Bridge.
Oh, you use them all, or do we need so everything in the suite, basically?
Yeah, you guys have it by having the Creative Cloud, you have it. Unless you have one of those unless you're subscribed just to the photography app, which is Photoshop and Lightroom. But if you have the Creative Cloud, you have all the apps that we use.
Thank you.
Diana, I would like to
So here
join
I'm
that class because I
yeah,
will not be able to continue coming on Fridays anymore.
okay.
So I'm coming today and next Friday, but after that, I would rather do the Monday and Wednesday
Okay, Monday, Wednesday,
at 5:45.
to 8:35 p.m. There we go. That's next week. And then very similar, but it's called Digital Magazine. And again, the name is more, we just actually we create a product that we follow through from the beginning to those 2 weeks worth of classes that we keep working on the same. And that's 40. And this, if you're gonna do that, please sign up like today, because since I still don't have enough students and I've been feeling so not well that I haven't sent my email for people to sign up. I'm afraid they might cancel it because I really haven't done anything to promote it, and that means that I will be in trouble.
Do you have the CRN number?
Yeah, here it is. So I just put them in the chat, 52639 and 52640. So 52639, 52640 is for those two. So if you can sign up for those, that's great. And then just so you know, when those end, then I do Introduction to Illustrator at that same time. For those of you who are interested in Illustrator, which is another one of those programs, and it's so let me just same time. Illustrator CRN again. So when I'm feeling better, I'm gonna send an email out. But the urgent one is this one, because if I don't get people in this one, they might cancel it. I'm assuming by today. I'm surprised because it starts on Monday and I haven't heard. But anyway, maybe I'm falling through the cracks and they didn't notice. Okay. So I thought I'd let you know about those. And then in this one, the handheld devices is where I'll talk more about individual images, and then compelling content. I have so many others. I'll talk to you more maybe next week about it. But it's in this.
Yeah, I like to take that class, but the time's bad. Can I just show up for a few minutes and then watch the recording?
Which class? But it depends. But yeah, in person. Which class? Because this one's in, which one are you saying? The ones that I just mentioned, the digital design, these ones? Newsletter. If you're speaking, you're muted. Is it Karen? You just talked, right? Because you're still talking, but you're muted.
The newsletter.
Okay. Yes and no. Meaning you didn't hear me say yes. Technically you can't, but yeah, sure. You know what I mean? I didn't say that. I'm gonna have to erase this a little bit. So no, technically you can't. You have to be there. But since you've been in my classes before, you know how to do this, then I'm gonna say kind of yes. Okay. No, technically you can't. You have to be there. But as long as you show up a little bit and then watch the recordings, then that'll work. Yes. Okay. I shouldn't say that, but I'm gonna say that. Okay. Back to bridge now. So again, I was saying living the iLife is the one that Sisambat was asking. I teach how to use the Photos app. This is a Mac class, this one, and it's the Photos app, how to use your Photos camera, your iPhone for photos, and your iPhone the cloud and getting it into the computer or not, processing imagery, raw images, everything. It's weird name. We're changing it. It's in the process of being changed. But Living the iLife is the photos class. And this one for everyone who wants to know how to use their phone, their iPhones well for photography, and then how to deal with the whole iCloud and how to handle them, and then how to get them from there into Photoshop, including then that's the Living the iLife class. So I'm going to write Living the iLife, which is the photos on Apple devices. That one is Monday and Wednesday, 12:30 to 4:40. And that one is, here's the code, 51755. So this one is something that might be interesting to some of you guys. And this one will fill up relatively soon because I'm going to start talking to my Mac students about this one because no one knows what living the iLife means. So no one signs up for it until I begin to tell them. So I've told already the current class, but I have two more before. And so usually this one fills up. So if you're interested in this one, learning how to use your phone well, and then with your iPad and your Mac, whatever, to be able to sort, find, filter, understand, edit all those photos, then please take that class. Okay. Yes, Rebecca?
I noticed on the phone that there was a choice between HEIF and RAW, and then also a choice of resolution 12 or 48.
Yeah. And again, those are better photos for the photos class, but once you begin to have the higher level phones, they give you choices because if you take a photo at 12 resolution, you'll have a photo that is maybe imagine the size of a pebble. And if you take a photo at 48, you'll have a photo the size of a boulder. So does every one of your photos need to be the size of a boulder, right? So again, if you take a raw photo and you're doing it because you think this is a photo that can be awesome, then definitely go for 48. But if you're
Okay.
just sitting there taking pictures of, I don't know, recording, I do a lot of like, I'll see something that I like and I like the color or whatever. It's not going to be a photo. It's going to be like a memory of the moment for something another. I'll definitely go with, lower resolution and stuff like that because it occupies, it's a pebble versus a boulder, right? So you need to decide what you want, but 48 megapixels will put a lot more into
Four
that
times.
and raw. What's that? Yeah.
It's 4 times. Do you have a class where you discuss about how to put things on an external hard drive?
Yeah, right now, Mac level 2, Mac level 1. Mac level 1 is where I talk about how to organize file and archive. And then in Mac level 2, I'm doing backups and stuff. So anyone who has a Mac and who doesn't know how to use their Macs really well and is a bit confused or knows that they know enough to stumble through but doesn't really use them well, those are all my Mac classes. So my Mac level 1 is all about filing and organizing and all that, including how to transfer things to other hard drives. And then in Mac level 2, we do backups and stuff like that. And so these classes, I'm gonna let you guys let me know if you want more information about any one of these. I do need to continue with Photoshop, but and then I forgot to mention next week I have YouTube class. So if anyone is interested in learning about creating more imagery and figuring out how to market your brand and things like that, and use YouTube, that's the YouTube class, which is happening. That one is next Friday. After Photoshop ends, then I do this class that was just kind of stuck on at the end, which is why it's a bit like thrown in into the evening of Fridays. But yeah, that's next Friday. 5-2, let me just throw that in there. YouTube next Friday after Photoshop ends. CRN there, and it's just two weekends. So it's after the last day of this Photoshop and after the first day of the other Photoshop. That'll be YouTube. Okay, guys, let's move on. Bridge. So up here, I have my photos organized in order of type. So if you look over here in my bridge, over here, I have them sorted by type. So I have my HEICs over there, DNGs over here, and then JPEGs, right? And then I have JPEGs, and then at the end I have some PSDs because they are organized and grouped by type. If instead you had them grouped by file name, then they're in alphabetical order. Does that make sense? So whatever you choose up here is how you see them. So let's go ahead and sort them by type. That way we have our DNGs up on top. And then I wanted to work on these a little bit. So someone was beginning to say something? I thought I heard. No. Okay. So why DNG? Are all raw images called DNG? No. In fact, if you go to the class handouts, which I haven't shown the class handouts for a while, but if you guys are aware that I have a lot of stuff in the handouts and have you ever perused them, you would know that one of the handouts that I have, let me see, is image resolution, file, R. I am saying that and suddenly I am not seeing it. Where did it go? Huh. Nope, that's a different one. That's image resolution and print. Here I'm telling you that it's here. Huh. Okay. Something happened to that handout. I had a handout here always with extension, how do you, raw file formats. I was having a blank. Okay. So this is just a tiny example because JPEG is universal, PDF, PSD, there's things that are universal, everyone knows. But it turns out that raw file formats, each camera manufacturer gives it its own extension. So depending on so someone here mentioned they have a Sony. I don't even have a Sony here. If you have a Canon, it's going to be the image number .cr2. If you have a Nikon, it'll be .nef. You have a Panasonic RW2. Anyway, so I don't know right now what Sony is, but what I'm opening and what I'm having you guys see is a DNG. And a DNG is a format created by Adobe. Adobe is the creator of Photoshop, Illustrator, all of these. It doesn't own cameras. No one owns Adobe cameras, right? So where do you get a DNG? For example, if you shoot with an iPhone, it results in a DNG. But also all of these people, all of these RAWs can be converted into a DNG when Adobe works with them. And there's some technique. Oh, here's Sony, by the way. Here's Sony. Oh, I guess because Sony has 3 different versions, I guess. And this is old, so there might be even a new one, I mean, I don't know. I might even have a new version somewhere. This is probably a 3-year-old handout, which means that I'm sure there's newer extensions by now. But the one that I'm interested in is the DNG because any of these can be converted to DNGs. And there's a technicality in that these result in 2 files each. I don't want to go into the technicality. Imagine a Tupperware that has a division for soup and or sandwich and a salad, right? It's one container that has 2 files. That's what these are. Versus sorry, those are 2 separate Tupperwares for lunch, and then this is that. You put both of the files in one Tupperware, and so the DNGs is 1 file per RAW. That's a very brutalish way of describing what happens. But all that matters is that right now, when you go into Bridge, these DNGs mean that either it was taken with a device that shoots straight into DNG, which Apple iPhones do, or that it was converted from a CR2 into a DNG for the purpose of combining those 2 images that the camera will have created into one. So that's what it is. And now these in particular were taken on an iPhone. And if you learn to understand Bridge, and how it tells you these things, here it will show you the information from the camera, how it was shot, and da, 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 da. And if you go down here, it'll even tell you which camera data. It was an iPhone 15 Pro Max when it was taken. This was actually, I took it last summer, et cetera, et cetera. So it tells you everything, lens, what was chosen, and you just got all the information of what and who and not who, but what did the photo take? Okay, so these two are DNGs, same thing. Same thing. It was on my iPhone. So when you open a camera, a file that is already raw, be it DNG or any of these others, right, that I showed you, Bridge recognizes it as a raw format. And so instead of opening it in Photoshop, it opens straight into this transitional. It belongs to both Photoshop and Bridge, which is the Camera Raw. So you have to do nothing but double click on a DNG or any of those extensions, and it will just open into DNG, into a Camera Raw processing in it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to double click on this one right now. And once you do that, oh, I forget that my beta is going to begin. So I am going to have to stop that because my beta is taking over. But it opens up into Camera Raw. You see, welcome to Camera Raw. And this is the latest update that I have on my computer, 18.11. Camera Raw updates almost weekly because new camera models and lenses arrive. And so it's support for new camera longs and lenses. And so as soon as a new one goes into the market, Camera Raw has to update to be able to compensate for it. So that's something that you want to be updating all the time if you want to get the newest ones. That said, if your camera is never going to change, maybe you don't need to update all the time. Anyway, and then you'll get that message. Now I'm going to cancel because I want to leave Photoshop beta. And I'm going to go into regular Photoshop. So that's the only reason I'm going to actually open it by hand. But for those of you who don't have of your own any raw files, if you were to want to open a JPEG in Camera Raw, this is not for today, but for the future, you can do that. You would have to right click and say open in Camera Raw. And that's how you would force a JPEG to open in Camera Raw for those of you who don't own and do want to use the tools. So today we're going to learn the tools with a raw image, but you can open anything in Camera Raw, not just raw images. But I'm going to go ahead and tell it to open in my regular Photoshop. But it's going to open, it's like a transitional thing. It opens in Camera Raw. Even though Photoshop opens in the background, Camera Raw appears in the front. Okay. And in this case, my Camera Raw is up here. It tells me the version, it tells me the name of the file, and it tells me what camera took the picture. Okay. All right. So
I'm sorry, how do you get to Camera Raw?
okay, let me stop my share because something weird's happening with my share. I'm having a message here. So let me reshare and then I'll show you. Give me a second. Okay, so how I get to Camera Raw, since it is a raw file, I'm in Bridge. Is everyone, we're starting from Bridge, okay?
Okay.
So when you go to Bridge, Bridge knows where to open and what computer, what app to use, whatever type of extension that you offer it. If it's Illustrator, InDesign, audio files, video files, and in this case, DNGs, it goes, oh, DNGs get processed with Camera Raw. So if you double click, it'll open in Camera Raw. That's it. Now I'm going to actually right click and say open in Camera Raw because I open with Photoshop because I want to avoid the beta version. So I'm telling it which Photoshop to open with. But other than that, a double click would have opened the beta, which is the newer version, but I don't want to teach with a beta version. So I usually have it just on my personal camera, the beta version, but this time I had put it in here for something and it stayed. Okay. All right. before you got one of you guys made me laugh, and I'm like, don't make me laugh now. Don't make me cough either, please. My headache is killing me. All right, so here we go. This is a photo that has been opened in this tool. So most of you guys probably have something like this if you've never used it before and it opens. You probably have something like this happening, right? Is that so?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay, because if no, it's because you've been with me and I've already taught you to click on this to get rid of that. It's not that that's a problem, but this is good when you have many photos at a time that you're processing. When you're processing just one, it just takes up space. So if you click on this icon, it goes away and now you just have the whole photo, right? Let me give you an example. I'm gonna cancel this. And if I go to Bridge and open both of these at the same time, and you guys don't need to do this, but I decide to open 2 or 3 of these photos at the same time because I want to process them. Say you have that same moment taken, like that same sunset, and you photographed 5 or 10 different photos of it, and you want to open them all at once so that you can apply the same corrections to them. Then you would select them all, and then when you open them, then this is when it makes a difference to have them here. You would have like, you can have 10 of those, right? Now these are different photos, so it doesn't matter. And then you go from one to the next applying corrections. So that's why that is useful. But when you're only doing one, there's no need for it. So you can then reduce that and use the space one more wisely. That's all. Okay.
I'm lost.
Okay. So did you double click on this image and did it open in?
I can't find the image. From Bridge to go to Photoshop, I don't get any of the files.
You just need to double click and Bridge on it and it should open in Camera Raw.
Okay, when
Luminance.dng. Do you want to share your screen otherwise? I don't know.
Sure. I'll be happy to share my screen. Let me
just to see whether you're Rebecca says she has 18.2, so she's already upgraded from mine. I guess I didn't upgrade this week, and so I have 18.1.1 raw, and Rebecca has 18.2. So as you can see, these are all minor bugs and fixes. It's not like a huge shift. Sometimes there is a huge shift, and that happens when you update the whole Photoshop. But the little new cameras on the market, so then Camera Raw provides fixes for lens distortions and stuff like that. And so it needs to incorporate that information. So then it sends out a new update. So these are not like crucial that you do them all the time. Ultimately, you don't want to be too far behind, but say you update once a month or stuff, that's fine. Once every 3 months, that's also fine.
It seems like the Photoshop has faster changes, bigger changes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, over the last year, Camera Raw has changed tremendously because they added all these masking tools that didn't exist before, which were the limitation of Camera Raw was that you had to still go mask everything in Photoshop. Now that they have these amazing masking tools, you can stay inside of Camera Raw and do most of your processing before even heading over to Photoshop, right? Alan, are you able to share or should I continue?
I have Photoshop. I have Adobe Bridge window open, but it's under a Photoshop application.
Yeah. So if you have Adobe Bridge open, do you see the class files?
No.
Okay. Can you share your screen so I can help you find them? If you can't share your screen, I'm going to have to continue. Share, and then I'll help you find your class file because I know you have them. We've downloaded them together. So, oops. Looks like the first break is coming up.
Let's see.
I would say everyone go on break and I'll help him, but I definitely need my break because I need to go see if I can take something.
Yeah, you need a break too. You deserve it.
Yeah, so that's why I don't want to.
Okay.
Do you not see where on Zoom to do a share of your screen?
Go
right there where you said yes, no, the thumbs up right next to the chat, next to the heart for React, you should see an arrow pointing up that says share.
I guess I'm looking for the chat, but
it's a green circle. I mean, a green square.
Well, you know what? If you've updated Zoom, it's not green anymore. The new version of Zoom, it's black. It's like, come on, the one thing I
Oh,
have.
no.
Mine's green.
I used to tell people, go find well, then you need to update your Zoom because the new version of Zoom,
Maybe we don't want to.
but I can't say anymore the green button
Yeah, the
because
green button always is easy.
it's so easy, right? I still had issues with it, but now it's not even green. All right, so I'm sorry, we're just making fun of a button, Alan, here, but let me just go back to you. Do you see where you mute and unmute yourself? Go find on Zoom the tools to mute and unmute yourself. Do you see them?
Uh,
Everyone kind of knows that one. You see it? The audio button? Do you see it anywhere?
uh, um, file.
No. Just say no or yes. If
No.
you don't see it, it's probably a no. Okay. So go to your dock and look for the word Zoom, the little icon on your dock that says Zoom. You're not looking down, so I'm thinking you're not gonna go down to your dock. And then on your dock, look for there you go. You're looking down. Go to the Zoom app, Zoom icon, and then click on it one time. If that brings it up, that's good.
Okay, I found the Zoom icon.
Okay, now either click on it once in case Zoom pops up, and if not, right click and say show all windows. And then your Zoom
Okay.
window will pop in. Everyone try this, you guys. While I'm teaching something, anyone who has an iPhone or even a pad, go to your taskbar. When you don't see Zoom, notice that you can right click on it, and then in that little menu, one of the choices is show all windows, and then all of your Zoom stuff will pop up, right?
Uh,
So do you
let's see.
see Zoom now?
I just opened the Zoom Workplace.
No,
that
that's
had
what we need.
Zoom
Okay, you know
clips.
what? I'm gonna
You-
move forward. I know that you have it there. You've done it before. Open
Okay.
any of your photos. Doesn't matter. Whenever you get to any photos that you have, do a right click and say open in Photoshop, Camera Raw. So I'm going to
Uh,
share again. Use any photo that you have here.
Okay.
Whatever photos you find in Bridge, do a right click on it. It doesn't matter what. We'll just use different photos for this. Do a right click and say open in Camera Raw. And when we come back from break, you'll have a photo, any photo in Camera Raw. And that's all that really matters to me right now. Okay. So
Okay.
find any photo in Bridge, right click and say open in Camera Raw. Okay. And that's
Okay.
where we will leave it until we come back from break, right? Okay.
Okay.
So guys, what time is it? 10:23. So let's take a 10-minute break. Be back at 10:33 a.m. Yep. See you guys in 10. All right. Come on back. Come on back. We are back. Hmm.
I'm back,
I'm
and
back.
and
So
I know
you
how to
were,
share.
and you know how to share now? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to share while people are showing up
Oh,
again?
sure.
Okay. So guys, if you are here and present, give me and you you know, either put on your video cameras and I'll see you, or if you're the kind that doesn't turn on videos, then give me a yes. I just want to make sure who's here before I start. Okay. So now can you open Bridge? Let me move this over so I can give you a hand. Here we go. Can you open Bridge in your dock?
Okay.
Click on Bridge. Okay. And then can you go to your computer? Oh, no, here. Go to the name Alan. Go to the name Alan.
Okay.
Okay. And then under the name Alan, oh no, that's your folder. It wasn't your computer's name. Okay, so then go back to, no, that is it. Okay. Looks like you don't have it. Okay, you're gonna have to go to scroll up and down because it's interesting because you don't have your base documents here. You have something else. Okay, so let's instead go to the word folders here on the right side. And I've done so many here on the left side. I apologize. Go here to the word folders.
Uh,
I'm circling a green. Do you? No.
oh, here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And let's see where you have your downloads here. Click here on the word. Oh, I moved.
Oh,
You're
oh,
moving it.
oh,
I just circled it. So there.
okay, there.
Yeah. Okay. And in here, sort by file name. And I think the files are called, what is it? Spring. So go down to the S. Scroll down, down, down.
Where?
Here, this needs to scroll
Oh,
down.
here.
This by alphabetical order. Go all the way down. Huh. Did you not download the class files? I know that you had, but where did you put them? Okay, let's do this. Click on, do a search. Go way over there and see if you can write the word spring. See if something comes up.
Bridge.
Click inside of there. Click in there, yeah, and click on the word spring. Or write the word spring, I'm sorry.
Spring.
Just write the word spring because the folder is called Spring 2026. And let's see if we can find on your computer. Hit the return. But you're in downloads now. So go back over here and then just click the name Alan. On the left side, click on the name Alan. And now work the word spring. Go back to the spring and hit return to see if it does a search. Okay, so it's not finding it. So I don't know where your files, where you put the class files. So let's do this. Do you know of any other place on your computer where you have photos? Normally? Do you have any images?
I have thousands of images.
Okay, where?
Let me see.
Documents and your pictures, where do you keep them? And I'll show you how to get there. Here says, see, this says photo collection.
Here's 400
Okay, double click in
gigabytes.
there. Okay, double click or select that, not even double click. Okay, you go to any of these photos, right click and say open in Camera Raw. So I don't care which, choose a photo. Yeah, that one, right
Okay.
click and say
Open
open
it.
in Camera Raw. And then you'll use that one for the class, okay? And then say
Okay.
get started.
Get started.
You do whatever I'm doing, but you'll do it on this photo, okay? It's because I don't know where your class files are, and but that'll work. Okay. All right, so if everyone's back, I'm gonna share my screen. Oh. Yeah, thanks. Oh, sorry. So, open Photoshop camera. There you go. All right. So first of all, I know this seems like a weird thing to say first of all, but the brilliance, the brightness that your screen is set to is very important when you're editing photos. We're all accustomed to having our computer screen be whatever it is. But in reality, if you take this seriously and you truly want to make your photos be the best, where's my, oh, I'm having a, here, I have, this is a color reader. It's a device that you need to buy devices like this. This one's a 300 or so dollar range. It's about $300 to $400 range. There's some cheaper, not many, and there's many more expensive. But you need to calibrate your screen, which is something you would do if you're really taking this, you're going to be printing photos for publication, you're going to be doing stuff that really matters to you in photography, you're going to make a book out of your photos. You might want to make sure, because what you're seeing is going to be hard to get it to match the photo that you receive if your screen is not calibrated. So right now, the one thing you can do to start with is make sure that at least you don't have your screen at its very brightest settings or its very darkest settings. So if you know how to brighten or darken your screen on a Mac, it's the F1 and F2 keys. And if you click on those keys, you'll notice that a lot of you might be maxed out to the brightest. And you know how you get a little sun when you click on those? You should bring it down to the middle. And that's at least a good starting point. And at first, it might look really dark to you if you've had it really bright, or it might look really bright if you've had it really dark. But then your eyes will get accustomed to it. And it really makes a difference, because when you look at something already really bright, you might not notice that you need to lighten the exposure of the image or darken the exposure of the image, right? And that's not something that's going to really show very well, because so you'll see like a little slider that's happening, and that slider should be somewhere in the middle in order to decide that you're seeing something relatively. Look at the sky on when you move it up or down, and you'll find it. And some of you guys have that setting on the side of your monitors. I don't know where you'll have it in different screens, but find the way how to change your display brightness and try to find a middle point. And then
Deanna, it's Jacob. What's the name of the colorimeter that you're using?
this one is, I just put away a Spider, the Datacolor Spider X. But you need to look at also, depending on your computer, what computer you have,
Okay.
what's working, because there's a Spider X that wasn't working with this computer, but they just updated it, but it's a different device, so you need
Okay.
to make sure that you get the right one for your computer.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
You're welcome. And this one's a little bit more than the basic need, because it also works with video, because my son does filmmaking, and so he can use it too, versus there's a version of Spider that works for photography only that's a little bit cheaper, and then there's a ton that are even much more expensive, right? So anyway, so these are called colorimeters. They calibrate your screen, so they're calibration devices. Those are all names you might want to look into and see if it's something that you want to take seriously. You might have to invest in one that works for your screen on your computer, your monitor. And ideally, if you have a monitor as a second monitor device, what I have spent money on a really nice monitor. And so, by the way, Mac laptop devices that have really high level screens are usually really good. But there's even more professional ones, but we're talking, you could spend, $5,000-$6,000 on a monitor, which is ridiculous, but you might need to go at least up to 600 for those people who are taking it really seriously to get a monitor that's at least color correct enough. Considering you can buy one for $100 otherwise, that's a big shift, right? So anyway, there's a whole conversation about that right now. We're going to do our best with whatever you have. And I'm just saying, in case you are surprised that you work on this and your result is different than mine or than someone else, and it has to do with that you're seeing the same image that I'm sharing, you're seeing it differently than me because your monitor is showing it differently. Enough to say, those of you who remember television stores where you go in and every screen shows a different color of the same movie, you know, and they have the same thing. So that's what I'm talking about. This same photo that I'm showing here, some of you are seeing it warmer, some of you are seeing it colder, some of you are seeing it darker, some of you are seeing it lighter, depending on what your screen is showing you. And myself, I'm projecting mine through Zoom to you, and you're not seeing what I'm seeing. You're seeing what your monitor is showing through Zoom of mine. So I don't want, what I'm trying to say is I don't want you to choose your settings to correct this based on the ones I choose. So if I choose 5, then your monitor looks better at 7, go with 7. And I'm just giving you an example. I'm not one to say, choose 50% of this, 20% of that. I'm like, look at your screen, look at your image, make it look good on your screen. Later, when you send it to print and come back, you look at it and you go, whoa, my screen and my monitor, you know, there needs to be some calibration here because it doesn't match, right? But working on my settings won't make a difference to yours. Okay, so here we go. We have an image, and on the left side of your camera raw, you have the photo. You have a couple of other things which has to do with organizing and resaving and marking and calibrating. We're going to ignore those for now. We're just going to use these. Now, this that you're seeing by default, if you're seeing the same thing as I'm seeing, are considered the basic editing tools, which, as you can see, it's over here. This thing is turned on and it's showing me this stuff. If I click on the next one down, these tools change to cropping tools. If I click on the next one down, these are retouching tools. These are the masking tools. This is one good old red eye that's been left in here, grandfathered in, because all the things that these do, and this does just one thing, which is remove red eye. So it's really bizarre. It should be tucked into one of the others. This one, which is snapshots, I'll teach you about this. This one is presets, and then this one here, and so on and so forth. That one that we're going to start with is the top one, which is edits. Okay. Now within edits, you can edit. This is a histogram. We're going to talk about it. You can suddenly really quickly click on some of these and have the computer automatically do stuff for you. You can change light, color, effects, detail. Each one of these has many choices inside. Each one of these has many choices inside. I'm opening and closing, right? So there's a lot. There's a lot. It's like an entire program in one. Now, we have this same tool, Camera Raw, that you can open inside of Photoshop. So again, you stay where you are, but let me just show you that I could have opened this in Photoshop, right? So now, hold on. Let me just, you guys just watch. Let me cancel because this is the Photoshop that we've seen before. This is the Photoshop you've become accustomed to. Remember the tools and stuff? So inside of Photoshop, I can actually go up here and open Camera Raw in here. And suddenly I'm in Camera Raw again. So Camera Raw isn't necessarily part or not. It isn't necessarily apart from Photoshop. I'm going to close this now. It's just, and I'm going to not save these openings. It's just that when you open it straight from Bridge, you go into, if you want the purely operate within Camera Raw and not the other Photoshop tools. And when you're done doing everything you can do in this photo, then if you still need to do some of the things that you can only do in Photoshop, then you open it and continue into Photoshop. And if not, then you can just be done. So for some people, this is enough. And for some people, you need to keep moving into Photoshop. Does that make sense? But if you're already working in Photoshop and suddenly you want to apply these tools to your image, you can. So it's a very flexible thing. But it's one of those tools when it opens up, it's like a program within a program. You know what I'm trying to say? You can basically do a ton of processing on your image. Instead of having to do 25 different adjustment layers, you can do it all in one in here. And then in Photoshop, work on certain things that need more specific masking or more specific Photoshop tools or text, or there's just so much that Photoshop can do, animation, stuff like that, that is beside the point and it's beyond what Camera Raw can do. So here we are, we have an image, and if we think, oh, it looks okay, I don't know what to do with this thing. This is not one of those photos that looks horrible from the start. Some photos look horrible from the start, right? And you like already know that they're bad. But this one just looks kind of, yeah, it's there. It's blah. It's okay. So then you go, I wonder what Photoshop would do for me, what it would say to fix this photo. So over here at the very top, one of the first choices is to click on auto. What would the computer say? Let's see. Oh, okay, that's what the computer says. And then I click on auto and it turns it off again. And you can be in agreement or disagreement with what the computer said. What do you think? Does it make it better or worse?
Better.
Okay, and give me let me clear your answers, because again, depending on your screen or not, this is subjective. There's no right or wrong answer. If you think it's better, give me a yes. If you think it's not better, give me a no. Okay, so that's on or off. Okay, most of you guys are saying better. Rebecca's saying worse, and maybe you're a bit neutral, but you know. And again, there's no right
blew
or
out
wrong.
my sky. It totally blew out my sky.
Yeah. So what Rebecca's point is that, and this is what I would say, is that, yeah, overall, this looks better. But if I look at my sky, I've lost any color of it. And then look at these clouds. Remember that little thing there? The little sun hitting the top cloud, the auto lightens the sky so much, it does an overall lighting, that we completely lose that bit. Does that make sense? Not only we lose it, but it looks pretty bad. And in fact, let's click down here to 100%, because remember I've told you, you got to look at a photo at 100% first. Click on 100% down here, and then hold your space bar and click down, and let's go and look at this. And some weird stuff is happening there. Auto and non-auto, auto and non-auto. So what's happening here is an example of, and I'm going to show you what I'm turning on right now, but all those things that are turning red, that's an example of the camera wasn't able to capture that, and that is white without detail. That's just the camera not being able to capture the fact that it was trying to get this to expose well, but then it had to darken it to make this expose well. So this all ended up being kind of blah. Let me hit fit in screen again. This whole thing is a bit blah and dark, and yet it's not enough to capture that cloud. So that has gone and hit one of those extremes that I'm talking about, right? Where the light is too bright for the camera to be able to capture the entire spectrum of color. Does that make sense? Now, sometimes it's much worse. Sometimes you have big white clouds and they're all blown out. Sometimes your whole sky is blown out, and this looks good. Well, in this case, the sky isn't blown out. You still see some texture. You see some clouds. One bit of the clouds have blown out. That's what that is. But the result is that you have this blah kind of darkish front. And then if it had lightened this too much, then sometimes the shop, which is lit up, is going to go. So I'm going to go back to 100% here. And then if I do that auto, right, then the inside of the shop, which is barely visible and okay exposure wise, once I hit on auto, see how you begin to have it blown out? It's going too bright. Like then I have like a big white spot there and there that before it had actually, like there's a cow here with the photo that has a background of green. And when I did this, suddenly it's just blown out. So as far as I'm concerned, and then these lights are blowing out. So as far as I'm concerned, I think I can do better than auto by processing it myself. But sometimes it's really good to first see what the computer would do, especially when you've never done this and you have no idea. Then it's really good to just test it out and see what would the computer do. And then let's see what I can do, right? So you have to go to the lights, to the places where there's extremes, and look at it. And if I just look at this portion where there's no extremes of light and I go auto, it's like, oh yeah, it's definitely better. And when I say auto, then it kind of goes blah. But when I go to the extremes and I do the auto, it just, doesn't work too well for me. So let's see if we can do better. Let's go back to fit. Now, remember I told you that the first thing you need to do is do 100% to check for focus. I just went to 100%. This is focused. That doesn't make it a good or bad photo. It just makes it focused, right? And that's what you check at 100%. But once you're done with checking on focus, if you're going to work on lighting, then yeah, you pretty much have to go back to fit into the screen because you need to see the light overall. Does that make sense? Now let's look at the reflections for a little bit here. And now let's try again, auto versus no auto, seeing if you can kind of look at the reflections only and, you know, with your eyes mask yourself out of the rest. And then look at the boat and see on and see how much nicer the colors get when you do that. So we're going to have to do is decide, instead of having this blanket correction, we're going to have to say, okay, what if I correct the buildings one way, the water one way, the sky one way? Does that make sense? And get some balance here. So that's what we're going to begin to do and see if we can get a better result for this photo without sacrificing too much of what's going on in there and in here. Now, this isn't one of those photos where it's crucial to the image, you know, like you're going to ruin the image if you get a little bit of white inside of the shop. But I would certainly like to keep some sky and not have it blow out like it does here, where I'm seeing some clouds, but here they're disappearing. The color blue is gone at the expense of lighting up the buildings. Does that make sense? And that's what we're going to accomplish with masking. Now, this is something that up until 2 years ago, you had to do in Photoshop. You just couldn't mask in Camera Raw. But now Camera Raw does offer some really good masking tools. So we're going to take advantage of that. Okay. So first of all, let me just show you from top to bottom what these tools are. Earlier on last week, people were asking me about the histograms, and I said, don't worry, we're not going to talk about histograms yet. Now I'm going to talk about it a little bit. This is a histogram. A histogram reads your image and it describes through this series of peaks or valleys the tones that exist in your image. What are what's the dynamic range? Are they these dark tones, middle tones, light tones, that kind of thing? So what's going to happen, imagine if this image were seen in black and white only, right? So let's see that right there next to auto. Make sure to turn off the auto. This is on, this is off. If you can't tell, it goes kind of to this neutral gray. And here it goes light gray. That means it's on, but also you would see it lighter. So just turn it off again. And now let's head over to the next one, which is black and white. So now this image is black and white, again, blah, right? But it helps us look at the histogram a little bit easier, to explain the histogram a bit better. So I'm going to have us look at this histogram in black and white. And basically what the histogram is telling me is that over here on the left are my blackest blacks, and over here on the right are my whitest whites. And the middle is like middle gray tones, right? And so I'm going to make a circle with my zoom tools. Let's see if I can do that with my zoom tools. Hold on. Keep an eye on the area that I'm marking, not right now, but once I change tool. Okay. So here's my zoom tools. Look what happens when I hover my mouse over these different areas of the histogram, and see how down here it changes to say black, shadows, exposure, highlights, and whites. Do you see that? In this area, when I move my mouse out, it shifts. But when my mouse is up here in the middle of the histogram, it says exposure. Over here, it says shadows. Then it says blacks. Then it says highlights. Then it says whites. Are you seeing what I'm talking about? You all got that? Let me clear your answers. You see where I'm pointing to? Okay. So what it's telling me is how many pixels in my image are black. And the higher the mountain, the more of them. The lower the mountain, the less of them. So over here, where you would think there's a lot of white there, when you go over here to the whites, you discover there's almost no whites in this image. And it's true. This is a light gray. It's not a white. Does that make sense? maybe there's a teensy touch of white right there where it's blown out. And maybe here where there's some really bright lights, you could see some white. So there's very, very shallow. There's no peak over here. But then it goes up in the highlights. The highlights are these light grays, and thus there's a ton of light gray in this image. Does that make sense? Then it goes down and gives us a bit of middle tone grays, which are basically most of the rest of the image. And then it peaks up again with some shadows, and that would be, you know, probably the water is, most of this water is darker gray without being black. And then when we go to the blacks, there's some blacks. Where would the blacks be? Like these windows, that window, maybe this part of the ocean, right? So there's a little bit of black here, maybe the bottom of that boat, that line of that boat. Does that make sense? So the shallower, the lower the mountain, so to say, the less of those pixels, the higher, the more of those tones and those pixels. Does that make sense? From black to white. All right, so that's how you would read a histogram. Now, it's easier to understand it in black and white, and that's why I had us choose it in black and white. And also because that's how the histogram really looks at an image. It looks at it from basis of tone, not color. And so a color that you thought was really light, you thought that the green of the boat was really light, once turned into black and white, it's actually a pretty darkish gray, right? So our eyes may tend to think that a yellow is a light color, but sometimes a yellow can be a pretty dark gray if it's depending on how, you know, if there's a lot of red in that yellow, or if it's a light tone or dark tone of that yellow. So anyway, it's always good to look at your image in black and white for a second, just to get a feeling of what tonalities we're talking about. What's the dynamic range? How wide is the range that we're looking at in this photo? And the majority of this image, the high points of this image, are not very far apart. So everything's a bit blah, right? There's not much contrast. Everything is kind of like in the middle grayish tones. All right. And then let's go back to, let's turn it off. I'm sorry, turn off the black and white again. And then there's this thing called HDR, which sometimes is really good for your photos and sometimes it's not. Now, in this case, HDR is something that you would put on. Oh, look, it's giving me a little tooltip when I hover over it, and let's see what it reads. But HDR is going to help you when you have a high dynamic range. And it's giving you a little example up there. When you have a photo that's kind of blah, and it's going to make it look, see the contrast in the little example it's pointing out here, that if I move away, it doesn't. So ideally, it should be able to help this photo a little bit. But when you turn it on and off, the only place where I'm seeing any difference is here in the clouds, right? If I look at that little area, and I'm going to click on it to go to 100% on it. And if you don't have the number 100% here, then just click on the arrow and choose 100%. And I'm going to drive myself over to this area, which is the only area that maybe the HDR might help. When I click on it, what do you think? Is it helpful or less helpful to have this turned on? Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Karen, that VDI is giving you errors. Is it just the camera raw or everything? Karen's mentioning that she's having issues with PDI. Okay. All right. What, any answers there? Okay, Linda said yes. I'm assuming that's the answer to me. Look at the clouds on yours, not on my projection through my screen, but look at your clouds at 100%. And if you don't know how to go to 100% because you're set like at 25 or something, click on this little arrow, choose 100%, and then hold down the space bar and drag yourself over to the clouds, and then turn on HDR and turn on turn it off, and then look at your clouds and tell me if you think that is better or worse. Give me a yes for better, no for worse. So Susan Bath is writing in the chat, better foreground, not better background. But are you answering this question, or was that from before? I think that was from before, that your answer is from before. And now your answer from now is subtly the waters too in HDR. Okay, so see some about the saying no. Some of you guys are saying yes, some of you are saying no. Again, I'm not going to say you're right or wrong if you said yes or no, because on your screen, maybe it is better and maybe it's worse, depending on how bright your screen is. Try now, go and darken your screen or lighten your screen, and you see what a difference it makes on the same photo to have your brightness change. It really is make a difference. So anyway, when I look in my screen, and that's what I'm saying in my screen, between no HDR turned on and HDR turned on, in fact, HDR makes it a little bit better because I'm seeing some shape in those clouds, whereas before I was seeing just flat black, no shape, no color. So in my case, it's making it that little bit only. The part that was blown out, it's making it a little tiny bit better. That said, maybe I can achieve that myself without having to turn on this button, which is what I hope I will do. So maybe for now I'll turn it off. If I can't achieve it myself, maybe I'll come back and turn that on again. We'll see. Now, Sisambat mentioned that he's seen some difference in the water, and it's probably also here where there's this change. But no, I'm not seeing it. Let me see over here. You might be seeing some changes with HDR. No, I'm not seeing much of a change in the water. So, but again, that's why I'm saying different images, different things. How about in here, if I turn HDR on or off? Yeah, not much, a little bit. See how it all goes a little bit darker, a little bit brighter. So I'm just going to say that it's minutely better, but I'm going to choose to turn it off and see what I can handle on my own without these automatic buttons. Okay. So I'm going to now go back here and say fit. So that's my choice. And for this class's sake, I want everyone to turn it off because I want to have nothing done by the computer. I want to do things myself just to learn. Okay. So even if you thought it was better or worse, please turn the feature off. I'm going to clear your feedback. So now these three should be off. Now, let me show you once again what that did. Down here where it says light, I'm going to open light, and there's some sliders. And when I hit the auto, see how my sliders changed a little bit? That which is happening automatically, and then if I click HDR on top of that, that which is happening automatically is what I'm going to do myself. We're going to see which of these choices should we work on ourselves. And also when you turn on the HDR, there's another thing that turns on that's called HDR limit. And then we're going to learn that difference. I'm going to turn these off right now. Okay, so with these off, I'm going to open light by clicking on this little arrow. And then the last thing I wanted to mention before we jump into anything down here is that this is created as a top to bottom feature. So if you go from top to bottom, you should be kind of okay, because first you work with light, then with color, then you see if you add some more effects and stuff like that. So going top to bottom, we meet, oh, one more thing about I forgot to show you one more thing about the histogram. There's two really useful, like a little droplet there. These droplets there, they could be turned on or off. If I turn it on, suddenly I get this red stuff in the cloud there, and I get this red stuff inside of the shop. You see that? And a little tiny red thing in there where there was a light. So what that's telling me is that those areas that went red are areas that are considered white without detail, blown out. There's no detail there. There's no way to see. If you print this photo right now as is, that area of your image will be flat white paper. There will be no ink in that area, and it'll be the flat white paper of the photo paper. Does that make sense? It's like a hole in the image. There's no detail. That's what it's telling you. And our goal is to have no white without detail. And then if you turn this one on, which is the black without detail, it would turn blue. If we had something really dark, it would turn blue. Let me give you an example because there's none for real, but there you go. I just forced it. I just forced a lot of black, and that's what this one does. I darkened things so much that there's black without detail. So that means that this is pure black. And if you see this photo printed with all this, you would have an area that's absolutely black with no texture, like seeing a silhouette where everything is black and white. So there'd be no depth if you allow all that to happen. Now, I did that on purpose. This photo on its own does not have any blue, but let's turn this on. so that if when we change things, we end up darkening things too much, it's going to warn us that we went too far. And it's already got white spots and it's warning us, you got to do something about that if you can. So that helps me have a limit to how dark or how light I make things. Okay. So turning it on means that you have a white little box around them. If you click it twice and the white box is gone, you have just a little shade. That's off. Click it, see a white box around it. That means it's on. Again, there's no blacks here that are black without detail. So you're not going to see any of that blue that I showed you before. Although we are seeing some of the red, that's fine. Keep them both turned on. They're good warnings and helpful. And now we can continue with modifying this. Now, Alan, yeah?
I'm lost.
Right.
Somehow I lost the camera raw image as it went back to I don't know what it went back to.
All right, so do this. If first of all, go down to your dock and click on Photoshop and Bridge, and maybe like right now I go to Bridge, I click on Photoshop and it might pop in. You might see your photo that we had opened in Photoshop, right? If not, then you have to go back to Bridge and right click again on the image that we found and say open in Camera Raw again. Okay. If you truly closed it. But if not, click on the Photoshop because this is Photoshop. Even though it says Camera Raw, you're in Photoshop. Click on Photoshop and if it's still open, it should pop open. Okay. Now, yeah, Sisombat is mentioning, interestingly enough, on the chat for everyone. He's saying, no, I love the art of subtlety, but it's too subtle.
Okay. I'm in Camera Raw, but I can't adjust the ISO and the top
Yeah.
image.
We're not adjusting anything yet. We were just discovering our areas, okay, and turning these two things on. That's all we did. We haven't adjusted anything yet. I've been explaining the tools. All we've done is click on these on and off, on and off, and on and off. That's all we've done at this point, okay? Interestingly, look at that. When I choose black and white, where was it that I just went? When I choose auto, and it's interesting because the selection that if I were to have chosen auto, what the histogram is telling me is that that correction that the computer did for me has blown out my whole sky, which is what Rebecca said. Rebecca said the sky went to white. See what happened with the computer's correction? It blew out my sky, meaning when I print this photo, I'm going to turn this off. All of that is too subtle. The picture won't even show. It'll be white paper, right? I'll have basically no sky if you go with that correction. So anyway, I'm going to turn it off again, but that's an example. Okay. So, guys, the next thing that shows up is the profile of what profile this photo came in as far as what your camera chose to be the color profile for how it modifies its photos or not, so to say, the settings that it comes with based on your camera. So now when I click on it, I discover that there's other choices of how I could be seeing this just to start with. Now, Apple Pro RAW is how my iPhone shoots in Apple Pro RAW. So by default, Apple Pro RAW is how the photo came in. But what if I were to choose Adobe Vivid, and I'll click on that. Whoa, see what a difference it makes to change the profile? And for some photos, this might be better, and I might choose to process it in Adobe Vivid. In fact, if I look at the clouds, my clouds look better, but everything else is looking too dark. Maybe Adobe Standard, maybe Adobe Portrait, maybe Adobe Landscape. None of these look better. Maybe Adobe Color and maybe Adaptive Color. None of these right now. Whoops. I think I went too fast. Updating AI settings, because the last one that I did, Adaptive Color, is an AI setting. It's the computer choosing for you. So Pro Raw is the one that it came in. And Adaptive is me saying, okay, AI, look at my photo and tell me what you think is the best. And so when I clicked on Adaptive Color, well, I'm pretty impressed. Look what it did to my clouds. I click on my clouds and whoa, I see really good clouds. Do you?
I don't have adaptive color. I just have color or monochrome on
So
the
then
program.
maybe you don't have
Yes,
Camera
I
Raw
see.
18. This is a new feature. Adaptive color is a new feature of AI, and AI all got incorporated this last year. Wait a minute, those were clouds that looked really bad before, and just by choosing a setting here, suddenly look at those clouds. Well, let me tell you, had this been a JPEG and that had been blown out by the camera and its processing, you wouldn't be able to get it back. But since it's a raw image and that information wasn't blown out in the image by turning it into a JPEG, RAW was able to go in there, find that. It didn't invent anything. It was there. It was just kind of needed to be, brought up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I zoomed in and I did adaptive color, and I also took off the red droplets just to see the details.
Yeah. But right now, there's no red droplets on because adaptive color went in and actually managed to look at that and fix it so that there's no lack of detail. So again, what is those little droplets help see when the white became white without detail or black without detail? And it turns out if you look at these clouds, there's detail there. I can see the fluff. It's a piece of cotton. Like I can see that shape. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yes, it
Now,
does. I turned my
and the,
droplet back on, and there's still no red.
yeah.
I
And
do.
before, you could only do that by working on these sliders, and we would have gotten there. But now we haven't even started on the sliders. We're just going top to bottom. And just by changing the color profile, that's pretty cool. Now, it's not going to fix every photo you have at all, but this adaptive color is new to me. I'm always still surprised. And sometimes it does a kind of job,
I
but
have a
sometimes
new
it does a
version
really
of
good job.
Photoshop, but I don't have adaptive color.
Okay. Do you have the newest version of Camera Raw? Because having the new version of Photoshop is one thing, but you need to keep updating your Camera Raw. Does it say 18.1? Rebecca has 18.2, even newer. What version of Camera Raw do you see the number saying up there? You
I
might have 17, you might have 18 instead of 1. I don't know. That is very new.
I, I think I have the newest, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Uh,
As I said, we're all in Photoshop 2026, but Camera Raw updates itself independently. So if I go to like the Creative Cloud where I update programs, and I know I haven't done this with this class, I've taught this in the other class, but over here, when you go to updating your apps, Camera Raw updates independently. And see, it's telling me that I have a new version of Photoshop that I could update to. And I know I updated 2 weeks ago, but it's already new. And then there's also a new version of Camera Raw.
okay,
So
maybe I
you
don't
need to
have.
constantly be updating these guys if you want to have the latest. Now, do you need to always be updating? No, some of the changes are important, but they just update bug fixes, performance improvements, stability. Beta is where they're making big changes. So yeah, but I'm not. And then what did this RAW do? It updated the plugin that ships with Photoshop. It adds RAW support for new camera models. So who cares if it's 0.2 or 1.1? There's no difference. But maybe if it was 17, then you don't have adaptive color. I don't know. I'm just showing you possibility. Does that make sense? So
Okay.
anyway, right now, if you don't have it, don't worry. In fact, it might be better for us to go back to ProRaw and try to get that result ourselves. But on the other hand, it's also like, well, if that thing did it, why not keep with it, right? I have not used this adaptive color on this photo before, and I am surprised. I thought we would have to fix it ourselves, which we were going to be able to. But if adaptive color did it, then we can work on the rest of the photo. Now, watch. Here's the problem. Say that I now decide to, I was about to say, don't do this. And they themselves warned me not to do this because when I tried to click on auto right now, the computer's like, oh, whoa, 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 careful. Don't use auto and adaptive profiles together, right? Because, and I was about to say, it makes sense because they might counteract or contradict each other. Does that make sense? These were both automatic ways. This was not using AI. This has been around forever. It's using the other kind of machine learning, and this is using AI. And they don't, it's like it's one or the other, right? But I didn't know that they were going to warn us, so I'm kind of glad that they warned us. Okay. Now, if I now just watch what I'm going to do, decide to bring up the exposure to make everything else good, right? This is better. And let me just go back to, let me go and show you in fit and screen. So that looks better right now, but the rest is still the same. Well, actually, no, I think it changed quite a bit more than that. Let me see. Yeah, it made this lighter, but it did some other stuff too, not just that. Let me go to adaptive color again. It darkened the rest. This is actually more correct than before because it was dark. It was, the lights were still on, the sunset was going away. It was dark. It wasn't a bright sunny day. So this is not a bad correction. I'm pretty impressed. This is new for me too, so I'm always being pretty impressed by the new things, and sometimes I am and sometimes I'm not. But this is more correct to the day. But say that I wanted to make this lighter. If I just raise the exposure, meaning I make everything lighter, right? So I'm going to just show you that later, but I'm going to just make everything lighter. Then what happens is that all that goes back out again, right? So I'm not saying that this is the solution to everything, because now if you do want to lighten things, you might discover that you're going to have, but you might be able to lighten just the shadows and not affect the clouds. And so we're going to start learning now what this does and what's good about it and what's not. But I'm going to take a gander and leave adaptive color on because, I'm pretty impressed with what it did, and I'm going to let it be. So let me move back to here. Now, as I said, this is very new and I hadn't played with it too much. And whenever they add a new tool that they are still fixing, see how it says provide feedback? You can say, whoa, this was really bad, this was really good, this is whatever. If you click on that, where you go is to a place on an Adobe where it lets you tell them what you thought. I would like it to do this instead of that. I would think, now, a lot of these people are people who use Photoshop professionally and know more stuff about it, but Photoshop listens to these things. And as they keep moving into fixing things, you might be one of the ones that provided feedback for them to fix the tool better, right? So whenever you see it provide feedback, you don't have to, but that's what it is. It's Photoshop saying, we just gave you a new tool. Tell us how you think it's working and let us work on it to make it better. Okay. And then when you click on learn more, it'll teach you more. What does this tool do? Adjust color rendering in Camera Raw. So now it's explaining what this is, and these are all the profiles, and this is what it's doing, and this is what adaptive profile is doing. So it's kind of like a better version of these auto tools. All right. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and say let's keep it on since it's new. Although normally I have us turn all the autos off. Let's see with the challenge of that having been fixed for us. Let's see what else we can do to the image. That gives us an additional challenge. All right. How do we see the before and after? Because there's been a change made already. So if you want to see the before and after, before I keep changing stuff, head down here to the bottom, right here, right there. Okay. And there's a couple of different features here. If I click on this one, it goes back to default settings. We need to be careful with this one because when you click on this one, if you forget and continue, it's like you've just reset everything, which right now we only have one thing we did. But had I been working on this thing for half an hour, I could have just erased everything I did. But sometimes it's good to see it where it was and where it is. You might want to do that. But there's a better tool than that one. This is usually when you're ready to just, let's erase everything and start over again. Then you just kind of toggle back to 0 and start again. So avoid that one for the most part, unless you know that you're ready to get rid of everything. Like everything that we're going to do. And let's head over to this one, because this one just lets me see the befores and afters next to each other. So this is my before and this is my after right now. Okay. Before, whenever it says before and after. So there's not that many changes. And in fact, the change that has happened has been done by the computer, not really by me. But already the main change is in this cloud and a tad on the rest, where in fact it went darker, which is the opposite of what Otto had done. So it kept it kept the color of the tone of the sky similar, but it changed the color of it. Can you tell? In my case, even though the tonality of it is pretty similar, this one had a bit more red in it, and this one is a little bit more green in it. So it changed a little bit. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. It's time to do a screenshot. Let's go ahead, and now that we're here in the before and after, even though there's not much change yet in our images, let's do a screenshot to remember where this is all about. And in fact, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to mark the adaptive color here in my image so that my screenshot comes out showing that, and I'm going to do the before and after there. So let's go over to let me give you guys wow, maybe this isn't a migraine, maybe I'm getting sick, I don't know. My head isn't getting much worse, but it isn't getting any better. It's good to know it's not getting much worse, but it's not any better. Okay.
Did you take anything?
I just took some ibuprofen or Tylenol, one of the two that I found. Okay, so let's click on here and let's post this, and thank you, Rebecca, for reminding me. In other classes, people don't remind me, and then I've been forgetting. So please, if you're in a class of mine where I forget, I need to have some of these shots in here so that I can then prove your attendance and give you a passing grade. By the way, the passing grade isn't whether you are getting the best shot or the worst shot. You're not being graded against each other. Just it means that you're doing the work. You're learning, right? And that's a pass. Okay, so camera raw. We used adaptive color tool. The adaptive color tool. And turned on the clipping warnings on the histogram. Result, the blown out clouds now have good detail. That's basically the only thing we did right now. But at least it gives you an idea of how things are happening. Okay, so everyone please go and do a little post whenever you can. I'm seeing only Rebecca's and mine, but if you're doing screenshots to post later, that's fine too. All right, so what's up with this before and after is that if you keep clicking on it, see how it used to be one little box and now it's not one little box anymore. Now it's got 2 or 3. Just keep clicking on the outer one. And now the before and after, it's 5 settings of before and after. It cycles through 5 of them. So now the next one is going to show me the before and after with a line in the middle. And now we can compare a little bit better. See how there were some changes in the water and some changes in the sky, which is a bit harder to see maybe before, because it draws this line and it shows you half of the image in the before and half of the image in the after. Now, just in case this is a vertical or horizontal picture, then we go into before and after stacked on top of each other, which sometimes is more helpful depending on your image. And then it does the same thing. But this one is going to be much harder for us to tell because the line is stacked vertical or horizontal right there. And since there's not that much of a difference here, this is the before, this is the after, okay? There's a line there on horizontal of the before and after. And then the final click brings us back to after. And now we get to keep working, okay? There's not much, and then over here you go, it flattened back down to one box. So the moment you click on it, it turns into all of these. Don't click on the rest. I'll explain. It confuses things. Just keep going here because otherwise before and after switch and then you're not sure which one you're doing. So just keep clicking on this one to cycle through all the 5 versions until you go back to nothing, which is after. ultimately, at some point, you need to stop relying on the before and after, because people who see your photo are never going to know the before. They're just going to see the after. So it's for you, but ultimately, you need to make your after look good, right? So at some point, who cares what it used to look like? What matters is how it looks like right now, right? But sometimes you want to see, did the change I make it better or worse? So then you click on this and then you go, I don't know, before or after, I'm not sure. And then you end up back in the after. Okay, I'm going to turn off all my drawings, and now let's continue with these tools. Any questions before I continue? Okay. So now, and sometimes I bring photos that are really bad, and so the exposure changes are like, whoa, I can't believe it. But the reality is, a lot of times when you shoot a raw picture, the photo isn't really bad. It just has subtle changes. And so this is more realistic, right? So it's harder to go, whoa, look at the changes you made. But by the time we're done, you will see a difference between the first and the second, and the before and after. Okay, so now we get to exposure, contrast, highlights, shadow, whites, and blacks. Where else did you see these same words before? Have you seen these words yet? Have I shown you these words somewhere? Linda, you said something, but your sound is off. So can you try again? Or anyone else? Have you seen these words anywhere?
In the histogram.
Mm-hmm. Remember when I pointed to different parts of the histogram? Down here, you saw those words. Shadows, exposure, highlights, black and white, okay? So that's where those words have appeared. Now they're repeated over here. What that means is that when I work on these different sliders, it's going to affect that area, those tones. Now, before I had shown you the histogram in black and white, so it was a bit easier to see that it was, there's a lot of light grays and there's some middle grays and a few of those and basically no whites. There's a little tip at the end which shows you the little tiny bit of cloud whites, but for the most part, there's no whites. But when you're in sorry, don't apply. When you're in the regular tone of histogram, it actually is also showing you the breakdown between RGB, red, green, and blue, which are the three colors that make up our photos. And it turns out that in RGB, the blacks are all pretty much together, the midtones are pretty much together, but when you get to the lights, it turns out that we have more blue pixels that are really bright and less green and red pixels that are bright, which kind of represents our sky, which is a bit more blue, right? So, but that kind of shows you a little bit more a breakdown of the three tones. That's really what's happening here. That's why it's easier to read it here, which is basically the combination of red, green, and blue. And then here it's just breaks it down a bit. So it looks a bit more confusing, but basically it's telling us that there's more pixels that are lighter, a little bit of the dark ones, and then everything else is kind of not much. Okay. So now let me just say that the first two I'm going to show you, we rarely should use, because these two are the rough version and these are the subtle versions. Let me explain. Watch my image. If I decide to lighten, I'm going to exaggerate, but if I go up on exposure, and I'm going to, for now, turn this off so it doesn't go red really quickly. But if I go up on exposure, my entire image is being lightened. And this is where my original, and then if I go back on exposure, my entire image is being darkened, right? And now I'm going to turn this on again. So what this means is that as soon as I start going to the right, look at my histogram. Everyone keep your eyes on the histogram right there. I'm moving everything and making everything lighter. What's happening to my histogram pixels? My lightish grays are becoming white.
Yeah, everything is moving towards white.
And that's what happened before when we did the automatic. It lightened my sky. And then when I go a bit too far, when I start hitting the edges with my pixels, that's when I start having this white without detail. Everything has gone pretty much white. And let me just show you, if I turn this clipping warning off, I have a white sky. There's no clouds there at all. Does that make sense? This is what a lot of the times the camera does when you take a sky and you expose this correctly, because now this is looking much better, right? But what I've done is I've lost my sky. So the problem with exposure, it's all or nothing. It's global. Everything gets lighter at the same time. Everything gets darker at the same time. I'm going to double click. And when you double click the slider from wherever it is, it pops back right to the original choice. Rarely do we have a photo where everything has to be fixed. In this case, the lights don't need to go much lighter. It's the other way around. They need to go darker, but the darks need to go lighter. Does that make sense? So you can't use the exposure tool without hurting the stuff that you don't want to hurt. So I'm going to bring it back to the middle. Contrast on, so everyone please slide it and test that out and see how everything goes lighter or darker. And if you want to turn these off so that you can see everything going lighter and darker instead of blue or red, then that's everything is lighter or everything is darker. Okay. And sometimes that's an effect you want, go for it. But for the most part, that's not accurate. For the most part, we want to lighten some parts, darken some other parts. So then here comes the word contrast. Contrast is going to try to pump up the difference between your darks and your lights. It's going to make your lights go lighter and your darks go darker, which usually gives you an effect of higher contrast, which is usually much more attractive to our eyes and represents better what our eyes actually see instead of a blah flat photo. But in this case, if I use contrast, my lights are going to go lighter, my darks are going to go darker. I don't know that I want my lights to go lighter because my sky is going to disappear. Let's try it. If I raise the contrast, right? My lights are going lighter. It's good to know that they haven't lightened enough to disappear. And my darks are going to go darker. So I'm exaggerating. I'm going to go all the way to the top. But for the most part, if my goal is to have this pop out, it's doing a great job. But if my goal was to lighten this, that's not a great job. And maybe my goal wasn't to lighten this. I mean, remember, I told you this is pretty much a sunset photo where this was behind the sky, so it was dark. But if I go on the other hand to the left, it's going to try to even those out. The lights are going to get lighter and the darks, no, lights are going to get darker and the darks are going to get lighter. And so it all goes kind of cloudy and flat and blah and boring, right? So contrast, sometimes all you need to do is open Camera Raw, pump up the contrast, and there you go. You fixed your photo. 90% of the times, contrast is a great thing to use. And in this photo, in fact, a bit of contrast, I think, does look better. But for now, we're going to learn how to do that same thing with these four, which are more subtle. So let's go back to 0. Any comments yet on exposure and contrast or anything else? Is everyone able to move them?
And with contrast, if someone wanted to make something like a little bit from like older times, like aged, did they bring it down? Does that work?
That's something you would do with saturation. He's asking, you know how here everything flattened a little bit, but it also flattens the overall aspect. So no, if you want to make everything look a bit like flatter in color, but not in tonality, you might do saturation, which we're coming to next. Okay, so that's a good question, but we're not there yet. All right. So basically the problem with the contrast is that you can't control how far. It's automatic as well. If it goes up 10 points, it goes down 10 points. So it does like that, but sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. All right, here comes the breakdown of highlights, shadows, whites, and blacks. Now I can work on each one of those areas. So my highlights, do I even have highlights in this image? Let's see. I'm going to force them to one end and to the other to discover what the highlights might be. So I'm going to click on highlights and I'm going to just lighten my highlights. And I discover that the sky is considered a highlight. You see that? Because it's lightening. So if I darken it, now my sky is getting darker. And the good news, if I get my sky darker, is that I like that this little bit of cloud is popping up more, if I want to see the cloud, if the cloud is a thing. But it does make my sky a little bit more muddy, but maybe we can fix that later with the color. But it also makes this cloud disappear because this cloud is not changing. The background is changing, but the cloud wasn't a highlight. So it's staying where it was, but by darkening the sky, suddenly this cloud is kind of disappearing a little bit. Does that make sense? It's becoming a bit more equal. And if that's good or bad, that's a choice you need to make. But I'm just showing you the good and the bad, the things that are working, the things that are not working. But notice that we are now, without having to mask the image, we are changing only one portion of it. Only the highlights are being changed. See how nothing is changing here? The buildings aren't being changed at all. maybe we think they are because of the contrast of the difference, but in reality, we're not, it's not changing. Only the highlights are being changed. Now let's go to the shadows. And now only the shadows will change. And the shadows, we discover that the buildings are a big part of shadows and that the water is a big part of shadows. So when I move the shadows up and down, yes, a lot of the image is changing, but look at the sky and notice that the sky isn't changing now. Does that make sense? So you're just operating on different parts of the histogram. So I keep bringing everything always back to the middle. Don't make any decisions yet. Right now, just explore, because later you'll have to move things up and down until you get what you want. Now let's look at our whites. And it turns out that, whoa, most of that sky is considered a white. And the moment I begin to work the whites, poof, it disappears immediately, including the cloud is turning white. So basically all the tones that used to be middle gray are becoming white as I move to the right, and the tones that are now middle gray, if I move it to the left, are becoming flatter and darker, okay? And then the same with the blacks. If I lighten my blacks, there's a bit of a change in the dark stuff, and if I darken my blacks, now I'm getting a lot of black. All my middle dark tones are turning into black. Now, I did that by turning these things off, but had these things been on, the moment I make my whites go to the right, very quickly a lot of stuff goes red. And if I go to make my blacks black, that's when a lot of stuff goes black without detail. So we know that if we're going to move these, it's good to have these turned on, because now when we do play around with these things, we need to make sure that we don't end up mistakenly getting black without detail or white without detail. So those are like guardrails to let me not fall off, so to say. All right. So now that we've explored what these areas affect, now is a good time to go, well, let me see what happens if I do darken a bit the blacks and lighten the whites and lighten the shadows and bring down the highlights and like play with things until you maybe think that you got a better photo than before. And if you're not sure, you just double click and double click and double click to bring them back down. And then try that and then try that. And so now you can test it out. See what you think makes the photo better. Do you want the highlights darker? Do you want the highlights lighter? Do you want the shadows darker? Do you want This is where I want to stop my share, and I'm going to give a hand, because I want to make sure that you all make your own choices. This is where I teach, not by having you imitate my choices, because this is where photography post-processing is a bit of an art. How you want this photo to look might be different than how I want it to look. And it's not right or wrong. Does that make sense? As long as you don't go black without detail or white without detail, anything that's in that spectrum is good. And understand that photography is all about light. And you tell a different story with light. So you could make this look dreary and hollow and creepy and scary, or you could make it like beautiful, bright midday sun. And who's to say, unless you were the one who was there taking the photo, who's to say what's right and what's wrong, right? Depending if you're trying to make a photo be a photo that illustrates a story about, the dangers of travel or the highlights of travel, you might want to edit it differently. That's the subjectivity of this process. So go for it. Start doing stuff to it until you think that you got it looking. There's more tools, by the way, for color and stuff, but just with light, do some stuff. And then when you're done, ask me questions if it's working or not. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes while I answer some questions. And then I'm going to turn my share on again, and then we'll discover what everyone did by doing a screenshot and putting it in the Padlet. Yes, Alan, what's your question?
I'm totally lost. I'm far behind and too much to catch up on
Okay, so
real
I'm going to
time.
I've stopped my share. Why don't you share your screen? Now everyone's just working, so it's a good time for you to share your screen. And I'll
Okay.
help you find your photo again. I just wanted to get people up to this place where they can work. Okay, so you're in Bridge. Good. Now, right click in this photo, the photo of the children on the rock.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm screen sharing. Oh,
Oh, yeah, you're screen sharing. So right now, yeah,
okay.
And then click on this. Okay. So right click on the photo of the children
Okay. And,
and choose open in camera raw.
I can nothing. I can't. I'm
You're
right
not
click.
right. You're not right clicking.
I'm trying to right click.
Okay.
Yes.
If the right click isn't,
Uh,
oh, because you are in camera. So basically, hold on. It's telling you
Yeah.
that it's in camera already. So then go to Photoshop. Go over here in your dock and open Photoshop. About at the bottom. Yeah, right there.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
say show all windows. It looks, hold on. Hold on. Don't go there. Go back where you were. Yeah. Go and
Show
click on
all windows.
Yeah. This looks like you hid your Photoshop window. Oh, do you have it on another screen? Because
Uh,
clearly Photoshop is working.
uh,
Click on in the middle where it seems to be popping in. I think you have the whole desktop thing happening. You must have the Photoshop in a different desktop. So I see how you're kind of lost because Photoshop is open.
It's another screen.
Oh, there
but
it is.
on
There it is. I see it right there. I see it right there. Hiding to the bottom right.
this.
Hold on. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything
Okay.
and let me guide you. Move your
Okay.
mouse all the way to the right of your screen. Do you see how I made an arrow? Yes. Keep going to the right of the screen. Right. And now go a little bit more. And there I see your Photoshop. Like move 1 inch further in. Yeah, that's your Photoshop. Click on it. Grab it from here and drag it back in. No, not from there. From here. No, what? Go to the right again. Go to the right. Do you see a circle?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
right there. Click right there and drag your whole Photoshop back in. This feature is not available for this image. Looks like it's on go ahead and hit your escape key because your Photoshop is doing something. You clicked over here. And so it began to do something. You need to click over there. Yes, right there, that where it says my name. Click right there. See, it keeps doing something every time you do that. So hit your escape key on your keyboard because something
Okay.
is happening. Okay. Because something keeps happening over there every time you hit it. So you're in some tool. Okay, here we go. Choose this tool. You're in the crop tool. See that? Choose the top tool. Good.
This.
And now do not click there. Right above that, put your mouse above that where it says my name. Yes, click and see if you can drag that in again. Click. There we go. Yeah. Put that whole thing inside. Okay. So guys, if I can teach you all one thing, it's to not move programs out of the way. Because when you move them out of the way, you can't find them anymore. I just happened to have noticed it peeking out from there. So you were in this photo is already in Photoshop. Let's click and close this window. Close it. Just go back here and close this image. Yeah, close it. Click on that and say don't save. Okay. And now we're going to go back to it. Not here, back to bridge. Go give me your dock. Not from here. We're going to go to your bridge. No. This is not bridge. Photoshop. Go back to bridge. Go to your dock. Find your dock. Not from here. Go to your dock. Yep. And click on bridge. You put your mouse to the corner because we're not seeing your dock yet. Put your touch the corner of your screen to pull up your dock. Okay. Yeah. Move your mouse to the corner of your screen so that your dock appears. Right now your dock is hiding. How do you bring up your dock?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have any of your menu stuff in here. You're
Oh, I have.
Your dock is on the left side normally, right? Over here, and I'm
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
not
but
seeing
it's
it,
on
right?
another screen.
Okay, then go to your other screen and find in your dock and click on the word bridge, on the icon for bridge.
Okay, bridge.
There we go. Good. Now, right click on this image. Do you see that you might have something in the way? Do you see the image of the 4 kids?
Yes.
Okay, right click on it. I don't see your
Right-click
mouse. I don't see
gives
your
a
mouse.
lot of choices.
Choose open in camera raw.
Oh,
I'm not seeing your menu, so I'm not seeing where you are.
Well, it doesn't have that option. I could move that to the screen where you're.
Oh, there you are. There's your camera raw. You're in camera raw. Perfect. There it is. By having all these screens, you are leaving your stuff out of the way. And when you don't find them, you're finding them in another screen. And that's where it's hard for me to help you because you're not seeing them.
Right.
Okay, you're here. Good. Now, put your mouse in camera raw. There we go. You have a pencil going there instead of a mouse. So I'm not sure what's happening.
Oh.
You're not choosing things right now. See how it's dead? Photoshop isn't alive. Hit your escape key. I don't know what tool you're using. That's a pencil. You're using the zoom tool. That's what's happening.
Got the pencil.
Yeah. You have, see how what you're, stop moving your mouse. Stop moving your mouse. Stop moving your mouse for a second. Stop moving your mouse for a second, please. That is what's functioning as your mouse right now, which is a pencil that's drawing a little brown line. That is a zoom tool. That is not a Photoshop tool. So somewhere here on the side, somewhere, I don't know, you tell me, you have some zoom tools. You need to go and choose the top arrow of those zoom tools, wherever you have them. Maybe you have them on a different screen. You have to choose the arrow. You need to get out of zoom so that you can go back to using. Right now, your pencil is your zoom tool. It's the one I use to mark these big red. So do you see somewhere a set of tools where you...
Here.
There, okay. Click on the arrow on those tools. There, your arrow's back to being an arrow. Cool. Now you can click on this photo and you can lighten it up. There we go. Okay. So now you're ready and now you can work with all your all of the stuff. There you go. You can start playing around with this image with all of your stuff. Okay.
But the one thing I was never able to do is modify this ISO or these
Profile.
features up
Yeah.
there.
So I'm looking at your thing and oh, okay. Thanks for, you know how I said, guys, it's a color profile. It's because it's a JPEG. Okay. Everyone pay attention. This is for everyone. Listen, whatever you're doing, what I'm doing is for everyone. Remember that he kept saying, I don't have the adaptive color. And I said, oh, well, maybe it's an old camera raw, but looking up here, his camera raw is new. And then I went, duh, I forgot that I had asked him to open a different image. He's opened a JPEG. And although you can work with JPEGs inside of Camera Raw, there are a few things that cannot do because it is
Oh,
limited.
I see. So
And one of the limitations is you can't use the AI adaptive color on a JPEG. There's a few other things that when they come up, I'll show you. It's not many, but that's one of the bigger differences between a JPEG. There's another one where you can't choose some other stuff, but for the most part, those are the main differences. So that's why you didn't have it. Okay.
I could look for another image.
No, you'd have to have a raw image and it doesn't
Okay.
matter. Other than that, the rest is the same. So keep working on the rest. And you have a little example here of a bit of a blown out sun in the parking lot or whatever that area there. For the most part, your image doesn't have a lot of things that would even matter to make that color profile change because you don't have any extreme images. So just work with these things to make it as good as you can. Okay.
But
Okay.
I cannot modify the top part with like the
You
ISO.
don't. Yeah, you don't. This is nothing we ever modified. I was just pointing that when you hover over these things, you see words in there, but this is not the place we do modifications from. From here, you could click and drag and move things in there, but we move them here. This is where we. Okay, so you're fine. All right, perfect. I'm so glad you shared because now I was able to find the problem is that you had a JPEG photo.
Thank
for
you.
anyone else, when you do have JPEGs, you won't be able to get adaptive color. All right, how's everyone doing? Have you been posting your photos? What you've decided makes your photo better? Let me share my screen. Let me see. Rebecca and Linda, Wally, you guys are working on them. So cool. So let me see what Jacob is choosing.
I have to leave for a little while.
Okay, Alan, go ahead. Come back whenever you're done and I'll try to catch you up. Have fun. Or I don't know what you're doing. Maybe it's not fun. Maybe the plumber's coming. It's never fun. All right. See you later. Okay, guys. So here's Jacob. And these are his choices of what he thinks makes the photo better. Again, I'm not commenting on whether it's good or bad. That's an opinion. That's playing around. That's what you think makes the photo better. then this is what Rebecca's showing a before and after, what she chose. And then this is Linda. Okay. And if you look at the top of off the top of my head, this looks different than the settings that Jacob chose. Again, some of it might be because you have more or less experience. Some of it is just you're making a different choice for the image, and that is fine as well, as long as you begin to understand by moving them around the things that get changed. So here's Gerard's choices. And then this is actually the original. So this is probably the last one from Linda. Okay. So thanks. Oh, I see some more down here. But you get the point. People are, no, these were just the clipping warning. So this was before. The ones that I just showed are the ones where you made those choices. Now, I haven't done my own choices because I was helping. So I don't have any choices, in fact, but let me see if I can do something rather quickly. I'm going to maybe darken my highlights a bit, maybe lighten my shadows, darken my whites, get a little bit more black, maybe lighten my shadows a little bit more. I don't know, because you can edit this in so many different ways. Which one is the right way or the wrong way? This is an example of where I would really like to get my sky to look different. I would like to lighten this cloud a bit so it has a bit more of this effect, but this is a limitation of this tool. I can't necessarily highlight this cloud. I can only highlight all of the darks or all of the lights. So that's where masking is going to help us, okay? So maybe I'm not going to darken the highlights as much. Maybe I'm going to give it a little bit more black. I don't know. We'll see. So for now, say that that's my choice. All right. If this is my choice, then I want to just see. I don't want to compare to the before and after. I just want to see all of these choices all together. This little eyeball here, off and on. This, I hold it down. This is what I started with, and this is what I'm letting go of these choices. So that doesn't turn on or off the choices done ahead. It's only these. So this is what I began. This is what I did. Do I still think that my choices made it better? If so, good. If not, then go and move things around. And I'm noticing that I'm created some black without detail over here. So I probably need to bring my blacks a little bit in again. And there, now I've lost that blue. So maybe by darkening the shadows, I didn't move my blacks, but by darkening the shadows, suddenly the blacks got moved because they all move in conjunction. So now I'm like, oh, I should have lightened it. But if I lighten it, then I can darken my blacks again, right? So it's all a give and take, right? But to see them all on or off at once, you use this eyeball. Okay. And so I'm not sure if it's better or worse. I just moved things around just to get some changes made so that I could move forward. And now we will move forward. Now, if I'm done with this, I can collapse it and move on with the next one. Or I can leave them on because when I change these, I might need to go back in here and change these again. This is kind of back and forth all the time. You're not stuck with one and you can't change it. You can say, well, now I'd rather my highlights be darker or lighter. You can go and do that. This is a non-destructive, editable change. And to show you that, let's say, before we continue with anything else, let's say that we are done, either because we need to go and have lunch or because we think we've finished everything we need to do with this photo. Then down here, what choice do I make? Do I cancel? Do I say done? Or do I say open? There's 3 choices. And under open, there's an arrow and there's even more opens. It's open as copy, open as object, or just open. So there's 3 open choices. What do I choose right now? Well, if you think you are done with this photo, like you're not going to want to continue working on it in Photoshop, then you say the word done. If you are done just because you're going to the bathroom and don't want it to crash and you just want to be done for now, but you'll come back in 2 hours, you can also say done. When you say done, all the last choices you made are going to be recorded. And when you open it again, you'll start from here. If instead you hate what you did and you want to just disappear everything and go back to your original version, then you would say cancel and you lose all the changes you've made. If instead you're ready to keep working and you say, okay, now I need Photoshop, I need to leave the camera rod tool and move into Photoshop, then you say open and you open it in Photoshop in 2 or 3 versions of open. We're not ready to move out. We still have a lot more to do in here, but I want to show you how you close and open a file, say that because you need to step out for a while. So let's all say done. We don't want to lose what we've done, but for now, we want to stop working. So we say done. Okay, so what happened? Let's go to Bridge. And now in Bridge, that image that we're seeing has a new little icon. It has a little icon over here, and those sliders represent the fact that this photo is already been edited. And this example that I'm seeing here is my current view of this image. Let me just show you for a second what I mean. If I were to, you don't need to do this, right? Oh, my good old beta. Let me, I keep forgetting that I don't want to see it in beta. I need to, let me quit beta again. So let me just show you. I'm going to go ahead and do something drastic to this image. There we go. I'm going to say done. So I just did something really drastic, and see how here in Bridge, I made my sky bright white. This is my last setting that I just chose. It's showing to me that there's changes, and it's showing it to me all blown out. When I open it again, I can go ahead and fix that, right? And then when I say done, there in Bridge, it's going to show me the fixed version. Does that make sense? Whatever is being shown here in Bridge is the latest version that I made. I'm going to show you one more drastic change. If I were to once again open it in Camera Raw, and you haven't done this yet, but say that I'm going to make this whole thing look bright blue, and I'm going to say done. So now in, not bright blue, light blue, now it's looking light blue. Got it? Whatever my changes are what Bridge shows me. It doesn't show me the original version. It shows me what I've done. Okay? So whatever choices you made for your photo, and now I'm going to go and undo that and fix that so that I can go back to having my done be what I really did, then that's what it is. So these are non-destructive and editable. As you saw, I keep opening, changing it, closing it, opening, changing it, closing it. And all of these are non-destructive. The pixels are being changed. It's just instructions to the photo that my bright should be brighter, my dark should be darker, and the pixels are not being affected. So this is a non-destructive modification, endlessly modifiable. I can open this in 2 years and keep working on it, and I can keep modifying it. Okay. All right. So my Wally has had his hand up for a while, so I had to finish this whole subject. So yes, if you want, you guys open it again, make a change, say done, and then make a change and say done, and just try what I just did to see what I mean, that it's all reflected in your final changes. Yes, Wally.
Yeah, this is kind of a philosophical question. I was altering the image to what it felt best for me, and what it is that it's very much brighter than what apparently most of you liked. And
It
I
doesn't,
think it has to do,
here it is, yeah.
it has to do that my optic nerve is aging and it's not very sensitive. So I need brightness to like it. So, but
It,
that's not necessarily what is best for everybody else
yeah.
point of view.
It actually, that's what I meant. This is the part that's very subjective, right? It's art. Post-processing is a form of art. You modify the image to fit your taste, your look, your choice. In your case, you say it's optic nerve. There's people that's older than you in this class, so it could or not be that, or it could just be your preference. You know, you like things lighter and someone else likes seeing them darker. All I'm doing is showing you the tools, and that's what the part where I don't say, move this to 10%, move that to 4%. there's no right or wrong. I am very convinced that post-processing is the part where we get to put our own likes or dislikes, right? Our preferences into it. And the image will be, you'll like it more, you'll like it less. You'll
Mhm.
like someone else's more or less. But there you go. If that's your feeling of how you think this photo should be, that's correct for you. Got it? As long as there's no clipped darks and lights where that is actually a worse product. The rest of it is up to you to give me the product that you prefer, right?
Yeah, but if you were to create an image that you want to show in a gallery, I'm
Yeah.
doing it for my eyes, and that's definitely probably overexposed for the majority of people and said, this guy is crazy.
Yeah, it is a bit, like you said, a philosophical question. Think about that. Say that Lisbeth is a writer and Linda is a writer, and they both need to write about an event that happened today that they both experienced. Guess what? Lisbeth is going to write a different story than Linda because you experienced it differently, right?
Mhm.
And when I go buy their books, I might love how Lisbeth writes and not how Linda writes. That's art, right? And so I'll buy Lisbeth's and someone else will buy Linda's. That's the same as your gallery. You're going to put in a picture and some people are going to go, "Oh, that's too right." And some people are going to go, "Ooh, that looks just right for me." And those will buy it and the other ones won't. There we go.
Mhm.
That's art.
But
That's the
thank you.
part that I'm saying is art. There's no right or wrong. There's a general preference for darker, it seems. That might be right or wrong, or you might have found something that's just pulled something better out of the picture. Who knows?
But
That is
thank,
definitely the part that I consider the art in post processing, right?
Mhm.
Um, there's such a thing as journalistically correct, which you don't want to change it to the point that it looks like it's not that. Then that's truly art versus journalism. But if you're not talking journalism, then you can do whatever you want with this photo. You can make these boats look, pink and blue and make this whole thing look like Candyland, right? Because everything looks pink and blue and Disney-ish. You can do that. It's what you want to do. Is that a correct travel picture to show in an editorial photo of please travel to this town? No. So it's not an editorial photography. But is it correct as a piece of art where you converted this into Candyland? Sure, you can. Then that's your artistic preference. Does that make sense what I'm saying? It's a choice. All right, guys, let's take our second break. And then when we come back, we're going to keep exploring all of these tools and hopefully you guys can begin to apply these tools if we go through enough of them to your own images. Let me see, what time is it? It's 12:06. So let's be back in 15 minutes, which would be at 12. If it were 12:05, we'd be talking 12:20. So let's see, 12:21. Did I get that right, Rebecca? 12:21. By the time I'm done, I'm always a minute away because it takes me so long to figure these times out. Oh, I got it. I wrote it wrong. But anyway, see you guys at 12:21. Okay, have some food. See you soon, and hopefully my headaches will be better. All right, I'm back. Please come on. Come on back. Okay, that went by fast. Um, I need to hide Safari. Here we go. Photoshop. Oh, wait, I'm not sharing. Oh, not sharing my video either. There we go. Okay, guys, make sure to let me know if you're back. My 15 minutes went by fast. I have let me know by turning on your videos or by giving me a yes if you're lurking in the background to let me know you're here. Get some water. All right, so I'm going to share my screen and we're going to go ahead and continue. Maybe instead of the too short, we should do one longer one, like have a half hour or 25-minute break in the middle next time, because this is a long class, but it doesn't really give us enough time to have lunch or anything to do 15 minutes. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll do like a 5-minute run to the bathroom break at the beginning and then more like a 25-minute break in the middle, so we can have time to have some lunch. I'm figuring it out. Okay. I'm still surviving here with my headache. Not better, not worse. Which is good news, I guess, meaning, yes, it could be better, but at least it's not worse. We're going to right click on Bridge on our photo and open it in Camera Raw again. Okay. And let me see. Quite a few of you guys aren't here, but I'll keep going. So that's what we did with the light feature. I'm going to go ahead and instead of turning it off or not turning it off, but instead of closing it off, I'm just going to scroll up, and now let's go and see what we can do with color. First of all, some changes have been made here already. Had we not done the adaptive color, these would all be down to 0. You know what I mean? Like we found the light. But the fact that it says custom and they've already been changed is because the computer shifted some colors when we made the adaptive color choice. So in reality, if we shift these, we might end up changing some of the settings that the computer made for us for color. That's okay. That's life. I took a little screenshot of what they are if we want to come back to it later, because I do want you to learn it. But let's head over here and look at what choices we have. And again, if Alan comes back, anyone who opened a JPEG, this is the only other place where there was a change if you had a JPEG or not before. Again, it was based on color. Where for raw files, you have a lot of choices, but for JPEGs, you only get as shot or auto. So that was the only other shift in color. Like you have to make your own color choices. But in this case, it says custom, and custom is based on the choices that Adaptive Color Profile made. And if I did a screenshot, but it's basically set this one at 6850 and this one at +6. So if later we want to come back to the ones that was made by Adaptive Color, we can easily do that. So let's not worry about that. Let's click on this custom and let's go back to the top choice, which is as shot. What as shot means is what your camera chose. Again, it's not right or wrong, correct or not correct. It's just what your camera chose to do. And the camera chose to shoot it at something, whatever camera brand or type or model you have, will have registered color in a certain way. And that's what etshot does. It just gives you back what the camera chose, which in this case looks like 77 versus 680. What does that mean? the first set of choices here is called temperature. And light is measured in temperature, and it's measured in a scale that as the numbers get higher, light becomes yellower, and when the numbers get lower, light becomes bluer. So if I change my color temperature to the left or to the right, I am altering how warm or how cold my image gets. Now, of course, in the extremes, we're basically making everything pure blue or pure yellow. But if I double click and bring it to, we were at as shot. If I go to as shot, that's what your camera chose. It's making it a little bit more yellow than what the adaptive profile chose, which was like 680. So it's like between a bit more yellow or a bit more blue. And more yellow or more blue make a difference in making the image look a bit more warmer or a bit colder. Does that make sense between here and there? Now, a lot of these changes usually aren't very intense. I mean, we wouldn't want to do that to a photo or that to a photo. But somewhere in between, we might decide, well, this one gives me a bit of a warmer hue, so it might look a bit more sunsetty. Or this one gives it a bit of a colder hue, usually just a little bit of blue. And it makes it look like it's more of a cold winter afternoon or something like that. Again, neither is right or wrong. Where it begins to go wrong here is where you suddenly have a hue where there's something should be white, then it really does begin to look too blue or too yellow. But it isn't really wrong either, in that if you were really standing here in sunset, the white would look yellow. If this really was sunset, this is what colors would look like, because everything gets pretty yellowish in sunset color. You know what I mean? Same with, you might not notice it because you're living the day, but if you're ever in one of those bleak, dreary, kind of misty, not very nice days of winter, if you could look at the color of light, you've got a lot of kind of greenish light out there, blue light, which is what also makes it look so greenish and blue. And that is really what color looks like. Our eyes adapt to it and we just see the day as the day. But the camera captures the color of the light. And so it gives you a different color of the light depending on time of day, conditions of the sky, et cetera, et cetera. So as we leave as shot, there's a couple of other choices we can make. One is auto. What does the computer think is best? Okay, and click on auto, and it's some generic choice that the computer makes. And in this case, it gave me 7,500 Kelvin. Kelvin is the temperature instead of centigrades or Fahrenheit or whatever. Kelvin is what color is measured at. It's the color temperature. Then tint, it seems to have given me plus 16. Tint is magenta or green. So if you go further into the magenta, things look redder and pinker. And if you go further to the left, they look greener. And if you take away green, it's because you add magenta. If you take away magenta, it's because you add green. Same with yellow. If you add yellow, it's because you're taking away blue. If you're adding blue, you're taking away magenta. So it's a combination of these that gives me the color temperature, the white balance of the photo. So if you go to as shot, that's what your camera chose as white balance. If you go to auto, this is what Photoshop chooses as white balance, right? So can we choose the white balance? Can we tell this to look the way it wants to look? Well, there are a few other choices I can make from here that are presets, or I can use a color dropper to make my choices. Or because it's post-processing it as artistic, we can decide to say, well, we want it to look like it's more sunset. So I'm just going to make it more yellow, period. I don't care if it's right or wrong, even if it wasn't sunset. Or I'm going to make it look bluer or whatever. So you have that choice as well. But let's go explore what these other choices are. So from as shot, what these mean is I am telling computer that it was a very bright day. So the computer's going to adjust, because if it was very bright daylight is a very blue color, a blue light, because the sky reflects without clouds and everything, it reflects the sky back into it. So daylight is very blue. So the computer is going to compensate for that blue by making it a bit more yellow. If you tell it was cloudy, it changes how much blue it puts in there. If you tell it was shady, blue, shade is the bluest of all the lights. So it keeps adding each time a bit more yellow to compensate. Shade is a very blue light, so now boom, it gave me more light. And in reality, if you look at this image, most of it is in the shade, right? So there's no real big light reflected from the sky anymore. It's very shady, even though there isn't shade on this. It's the time of day when it's in the shade. So even though we think it's daylight, it isn't really. The daylight is very blue. It is more correct to call this one a shade. If we were in tungsten light, which is very warm, then the computer compensates by making it very blue. If we were in fluorescent light, which is very green, the computer will compensate by making it very magenta, right? So these are all changes that depend on what the computer is being told the light was at. Let's go back to clean it all up to as shot, where it all goes back to what the camera chose. If none of those seem right and we're not sure what to choose, then the next choice is using the eyedropper tool right here. You pick it up by clicking on it once. By the way, I'm not talking vibrance or saturation yet. Please leave those at 0 to see the choices that I'm making. We're just working with the top 2 at this point. So choose your white balance tool. And now you have to go click on something that, according to you, should be white or neutral. In fact, if you hover over this, I like it because those weren't there. Use it to click on Sense in the Photo. It should be a neutral color to automatically correct the temperature and tint. Now, what's neutral? I mean, how do you know if that was actually supposed to be blue or gray and not white, or beige or pinkish or off-white? It's hard to tell sometimes unless you really know. I do believe that they tried to paint this white, but you know how even white paint can be a shade of blue, a shade of green. But let's give it a try. I'm going to click on this bow right there. And when I click on that bow, I'm telling the photo, this should be white. Show it to me as white. So to show this to me as white, it needs to change the color, temperature, and the tint. And it added even more yellow and some magenta. If I instead tell it, this is white, it's not, but if I say, hey, this is white, and it happens because I click on that with my tip of my eyedropper, then to try to make that as neutral as possible, it had to add a lot of magenta. If I tell it, this is white, then it goes crazy because it's trying to neutralize it, right? So you can make it really wrong choices. But if you choose something that you think should be white or neutral enough, so maybe one of these, then you can begin. This we know looks a bit yellowish. If I click on it, it's going to make it bluer. But as you can see, you begin to make decisions. See how everything is either turning a bit more yellow, a bit more blue. So the best you can do is hope for something that, if you're not happy with any of the other choices, you use this to tell it that it should be white. And then you decide, do I like it better when it's a bit more yellow? Do I like it better when it's a bit more blue? What is my decision about this photo? And I'm going to make it be a little bit more yellow because I know it was sunset. It wasn't a huge sunset. It was okay. But that gives me some idea of what I think it would be. Now, by doing that, what happened to my sky? It used to be bluish. But in order to make it look more sunsetty, it had to add more yellow. So now my sky is looking kind of blah again. So everything has consequences. You know what I mean? If I go, no, I want that sky to be blue again, and then I just bring down the yellow, I get a blue sky, but then I get everything blue. Is that, got it? So it's choices upon choices that affect it all. If I'm not sure that that's the choice I want, I'm going to have to consider masking and separately getting some blue back into the sky if I would like this to be yellow. Or the other way around, I'm going to go back to neutral and I'm going to leave that all be blue, and then I'm going to isolate the buildings and make them be not so blue. Does that make sense, you guys? So again, it's very subjective. You choose whatever you think is right, and the computer will do whatever it thinks, or you move it yourself. I like it better when it's a little bit more yellow, a bit warmer. I like that image a bit better. It's just me. It's me, Diana Musacchio, saying that. Wally might say the difference. Rebecca might say the opposite, right? So those are choices that I am making, but I kind of like it a little bit more yellow. So I'm not going to make it as yellow as this used to make it. But I'm going to have to recover some color in the sky with some other tool, and hopefully I can. All right, so that's how you work with the white balance. There is a correct white balance. And if you are a professional photographer like me, who went to Brooks and was taught endless ways of getting the correct white color, they would go, what are you talking about? What are you telling your student? White balance is white. It should be neutral. Because there's all these tools we have to shoot a grade card, put it in front of the lens, then choose, then print to make things be neutral. But ultimately, that's not realistic to just regular people who want the thing to look like they want it to look. So my point of view is make it look the way you think it looks its best, and that's the best you can do. And then click on this eyeball, and that's how it came. And this is what you did. This is what the photo that we had before. This is what I just did. Do you like it better? Good, then that's good. Do you not like it better? Then that's not good. Does that make sense? My point of view at this point is this is what I did to my light, and this is what I did to my color. And if I want to see both befores and afters together instead of individually, then I'm going to go over here. And at this point, that's what I opened up to start with, and this is what I have now. Do I still think that this is a better choice or not? That's the only question you can really be asking yourself. Does that make sense? And it doesn't seem each time that we made a bit of a difference, but as we keep adding changes, I'm really seeing two different photos right now. Got it? Some of you might go, no, I think this is too yellow, or I like that better, or like that better. That's fine. Each one will make a choice and work with that choices, but I kind of like this better than that right now. So I'm going to say that I'm happy with where I'm at, and I'm going to keep going with the other choices. So I'm going to cycle through this 4 times until I go back to my after. And now I will continue. How are we doing? Does anyone have any questions before we, and when you're done, make sure to unclick on the eyedropper. Otherwise, if you have your eyedropper in there and you happen to click on this, suddenly the whole thing goes crazy. It's because you didn't take the eyedropper off. So take it off when you're done, if you did use that, and then we'll move to the vibrance and saturation. Give me a yes if it's working for you. Give me a raise your hand or talk or question if you have any questions about it. Let's not do a screenshot yet. Let's do a few more changes with vibrance and saturation before we do a second. Let's finish all the color choices before we do another screenshot. All right. Looks like Gerard isn't here. That Wally's here now, and everyone else who's, you are there, Gerard. Okay, I didn't see you, and everyone else is here. And Kara's computer was crashing, so she wasn't able to, her VDI wasn't working. And Beth had to go for a meeting, so it's us. All right. Here we go, guys. What's vibrance and what's saturation? Those are very important tools. Very, very important tools. Sometimes one is better than the other. Sometimes it's a combination of both. Sometimes it's only one of them. Let me explain the difference. Vibrance is a newer tool. It's very old by now, 5, 6, 7 years old. I don't know. But we've always had saturation. So vibrance is a more intelligent version of saturation. Let me explain. You know how over here exposure made everything lighter or everything darker? Saturation is like that. It saturates all your colors, all of them more, or it desaturates all of them more, less. So let me show you. I'm going to head over here. Just please watch at the beginning. And I'm going to exaggerate. I'm going to move all the saturation all the way to the very end, which you should never do because see what happens. It all goes violently neon. All my colors have been saturated to the max. And Suzanne Beth isn't here, but if you hear the recording, this is what he was asking about, making the colors look older. Or as you desaturate, everything begins to lose color. And if this were a portrait or something, suddenly your stuff begins to look like it's an older photo. And then to the point that when you're done desaturating, you're in a black and white image, right? So it's making your colors more intense. We're not changing the color. We're making them much more intense or much less intense. So it's not lightening or darkening the colors, guys. It's intensity of a color, okay? So I'm going to double click to bring it to the middle. If you think the whole thing can use some oomph, then definitely use saturation. And remember, very little bit is usually enough. When you go too much is too much. Now, here's the problem. I have these two turned on, and if I were to just use saturation to suddenly give some oomph, it's hard to see because this is already red, but what's happening is I'm also getting some out of gamut warnings. I'm getting some red in the cloud, these lights, and over here, it's just that since it's red on red, you're not seeing it too well, but look at this area. And it's beginning to get some of those warnings. And that's because even though it's not about light, increasing the saturation does change light in a way that suddenly my colors begin to go out of, my white begins to go out of detail, right? But as long as you're aware of that and keep an eye on that, that's fine. Now I'm going to double click to bring saturation back to 0, and vibrance, on the other hand, what it does when I said it's more intelligent, it's because it looks at your image and decides, I'm going to leave the saturated colors as they are, but the desaturated ones, I'm going to move up to the level of the saturated ones. So it looks internally, only brings up the desaturated ones up. And if you keep going, it brings them all up, but it tries to even the saturation of your colors out. So if I bring up vibrance, then the colors that are most muted will get an oomph, and the ones that don't need it won't get it. Again, if you go all the way to the end, then everything will change. But notice over here, suddenly at the very end, I'm getting a blue sky again, but it's more purpley, and my clouds are also purple, and I've lost the detail in the image. But if you like that, look at the colors. Look at the water for a minute. That water used to be like murky nothing. And now when I vibrance or saturation into the colors of the water, doesn't the water look pretty fascinating now? Look at that. Whereas before I had no color in the water, but now that's going bad, right? But the water is looking great in comparison to where it was before, which was just kind of blah. So once again, either you choose a little medium point, or we're going to have to mask. And whenever I say mask, I mean we might have to find how to separate the water and add saturation to the water to the buildings, so that we don't blow one out more than another. Does that make sense? I haven't shown you masking yet. I'm explaining when masking might be appropriate. Is that good? I think that everything can use a bit more saturation, but I'm torn because once I begin to do vibrance or saturation, my cloud begins to go crazy. So does that mean I have to go over here to my whites and bring down my whites a little bit? And that depends on how much white you had added before. But if I do that, then I'm getting the clouds back, but then I'm darkening the stuff. So then maybe I bring this down, so it's all affecting, everything is being affected by these choices. I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring the highlights down a little bit because I want because I'm still seeing some red in there, and I'm going to bring down the vibrance a bit. And what I'm deciding is, no, I think I'm going to have to mask that because I do want to give more vibrance to this, but I don't want to lose the sky. So I'm going to double click on vibrance, bring it back, and then go put my whites where I had them before that I was happy, which is kind of there. And just with that, I'm gonna, you kind of move things up and down the scale until you kind of get the result that you think might be the best for you. And then you say, okay, I can't make everyone happy. I'm going to have to mask. I'm going to get more vibrance. I like those colors, but it's just blowing away my cloud. And we're talking two such different creatures that, yeah, you can't make everyone happy. You're going to have to mask for one or mask for the other. Now you do on and off. And that's what it was before when I started the color process. And this is what it is now. If I go over here, this is where I had what I came straight out of camera. Like this is when I opened it and we looked at it and I said, it's okay. It's blah. It's not a bad photo. It's just not much. And this is what I'm getting now. Might be or not a good or bad photo, but I am liking it better. It seems like the colors are cleaner and the things are popping better. It's a choice. Like we talked with Wally. Maybe Wally likes it better differently, and Linda differently, and Lisbeth differently. How's it going? This might be a good point to make a photo of the before and after once we have the light and the color choices made. So I'm going to go ahead and do another screenshot right here. of the before and after with both light and color, which are the main settings that we want to always work with. We just have to go through those first before we do anything else. So I'm going to post that. And I'd love to see how you guys are doing with your changes, with your posts. Modified both light and color choices in Camera Raw. This is the before and after. Cool. And publish. So I don't see anyone else's color choices yet right now. Susambath, who is before break. So if you guys have any other posts that you have here of your new choices, I'd love to see that. But it's getting there, getting pretty different at this point. Okay, here's one from Lisbeth. Let me click on that. There you go. So from the default of how it started to where it is right now, I definitely am liking your right now better. And by the way, I think Susan Beth isn't here, but he had mentioned how some things are very subtle. We thought we were making some subtle choices, but ultimately the addition of choice over choice over choice, it's not so subtle anymore. There's quite a few changes here. I mean, that looks notably different. Sometimes your choices are noticeably subtler, but it still enhances. Maybe all you did is you changed the tone of the boats and the rest is the same. So it's much harder to find the change. But if you think that makes a difference, then that's, most of the choices in a photo that's not bad are subtle. And the one that's really bad, it's huge. And then in the ones like this one, which it's not bad, but it's not good, it's just kind of blah. When the color changes what matters and the exposure is what matters, then yeah, you can, all of these things add up to quite a bit. All right, here I have another one from Gerard. And he's going much darker, which is another really, I think this is more near to reality. I think this is what it was like when we were there. Okay. When I was there, I think the sun was really about to set and there wasn't that much light. So this is actually pretty realistic to my memory of it. That is my memory of it. People who weren't there don't know if what I did is more realistic or what Lisbeth did is more realistic or what Gerard did is more realistic. So it's your choice. Cool. Here's Wally. And he went lighter. He's got much lighter. And in my case, when I look at this, I see some magenta. My eyes see that there's a bit of a pinkish hue to this and maybe even a little bit of a greenish hue to this, which isn't my preferences, but it might be his. And by the way, he might also have a screen, and this is important to consider, where his screen might be skewing blue right now. So even though I am seeing magenta, maybe he is not seeing magenta. Maybe he's seeing this one good and he's seeing this one as really blue because his screen is showing it to him differently than what I am seeing mine. And when he sees mine, he goes, wow, that goes really yellow because his screen might be different than mine. And who's to say which screen is better? So, until you really see the print in your hand and you say, I like it or don't like it, sometimes you can't really tell. Cool. Well, thank you for those of you who posted. Everyone else, please keep posting. And I'm going to go back to Camera Raw. And I'm going to cycle 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, to get back to my after. And now we shall continue with other choices that we can make. Are we all good? All right. I don't need to say yes or no. As long, yes, Rebecca.
I can see the difference with the eyeball, but when I go to before and after, they look like it's the same photo. So I must have.
Yeah, you must have messed with these choices, and so it gives you the both. Yeah. It's hard to clean it. There's a way to clean it up so it goes where sometimes your befores and afters just show you the same thing if you've changed the order and the position of these. And I don't even want to attempt it because I don't know off the top of my head what the solution to that is. Try doing a click, holding down your command key on it to see if that changes, or your alt key to see if somehow you get it back to default to before and after. Other than that, just keep trusting on the after, because really, as I said, ultimately all that matters is the after, right?
Okay, yeah, and I can see it with the eyeball, just not.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes, and if you want to research it while I'm asking someone else's question, there's a way to reset those 5 cycles of the before and after, and I don't remember how you reset it. Oh, guess what? If you right click on it, it's giving you some more choices, and maybe preview preferences. You can,
Oh.
no, yeah, I don't know how to reset it. You give it a try. Okay, Linda, you're muted, so I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm trying first. I've done everything that you told me to do, and I'm trying to do a screenshot, and
Mhm.
the screenshot doesn't even work. I do Command Shift 4, nothing.
Are you on a Mac?
Yeah,
Okay.
it worked before,
Um,
and all of a sudden it's not working.
All right, so there's a possibility that you have some, hold on, cancel, I didn't mean to do that. Cancel or change this camera on, no, thank you. Phew. It could be that you have some dialog box somewhere that's waiting for you to say yes or no to it, and thus it's not necessarily letting you do a screenshot. Other than
Yeah,
that,
there's something that's going on. Like something that's let me see here. Let me try to do Shift Command 4. And it has like an arrow, I mean a cross, and it says I move it to the right and it just
okay,
moves. It's
why
not
don't you just share your screen. It could
okay,
be
hold
you
on.
have a different version of it, or you might need to hit escape. Let me see what's happening, because then I'll be able to tell you. There's 2 possible things that could be happening.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's see, share. Okay.
Oh, I'm trying to hold my head together.
Can you share it? Can you see it now?
Not yet. So it's share and then share again. 2 times you need to click on share.
I don't know what's going on.
Does it say something like open system settings or? No, there it is. Okay.
You got it?
Yeah. Okay. So let me get my tools open. First of all, yeah, go back to Adobe Photoshop, because right now you're not in it. You're in Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, click on Photoshop. Okay. First of
See
all,
something?
go ahead. Hold on. Just so you know, to have more space, click on this icon so that this one disappears. Click on this icon right there. Yeah, so that's one little bit less of extra space. Okay. So right now, you're kind of in the same position as Rebecca, where your before and afters are the same. So
They
let's
are? They look different to me.
go ahead and click on this one more time. Let me see if it goes to the line in the middle. Yeah, so there should be a line here showing you half and half, and right now, here actually. So right now I'm seeing them the same. Even though I know you made some changes. So let's go over here and turn this on and off to see what the changes are. No, not the eyeball, not the eyedropper, the eyeball.
Oh, okay.
Click and hold it down. And then you need to click and hold it down. Hold it down. There. See, now I'm seeing the before and after. See that there's a change there. Now let go. Now you're seeing basically after and after. Go ahead and flip over here and go all the way to the end. Finish your befores and
Here?
afters. Yeah, click again and click again. There we go. So now you're just in after mode. Okay. And now to see your changes, click and hold it down to see your color changes. Down. You need to keep it down. That's your before. Let go of your finger. That's your after. Okay. Can you see?
Okay. Yeah.
So right now, your before and afters, we're just showing you only the afters. Anyway, that said, you're trying to do a picture. To do a screenshot, let's practice your screenshot. Go ahead now and do the Shift Command 4, and let me see what it is that you were saying that was doing something weird.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, there it is. Your mouse turned into that guy that it has to turn into. There's your
Yeah.
mouse. Okay, so now click and drag and make a box with that. You have to make a box, right? You have to draw.
Oh, Oh, yeah. So I'm just gonna go like this.
Yeah, yeah. And there you go. And when you let go, that's your screenshot.
Okay, so first, okay.
Yeah.
Because I
Now
was
the
doing like,
problem is that you can't show me the before and after because your before and afters have been messed up, and that happens when you click and you click on those middle ones. There's a way to fix it, and I used to know, and I don't remember it right now. But for now, go ahead and post that one. Okay. Yeah. So
okay,
your mouse turns into like a little target shape or something like that, like a circle with a plus. That means you're ready to go and make your box selection for your screenshot.
okay.
All right. Cool.
Thank
Stop
you.
it there. You're welcome. All right.
I know what I did wrong is when I did the box, I didn't move my mouse, and so I clicked on the third one.
Yeah, yeah.
And
And the third one is what flips it. But then how do you reflip it? That's what I don't know. I never remember how to get, once you do that, it's hard to reflip it. And I don't know if you have to click on those arrows or something, but right now I'm gonna just ignore it because I don't remember how to bring it back. Okay.
but if
So-
I use Q, it wouldn't mess me up. And the shortcut Q, that goes between the screenshots. So, like when you go down to that box,
And you shortcut Q, I don't know what you mean.
yeah, you just do Q on your keyboard, Q, and it goes between the different.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I just found that I'm like trying to figure out how to fix it.
Look, you guys, I love that. Thank you. And you know what? I used to know this and I had forgotten. I guess I don't usually, I told you I don't use the before and after much because all that matters to me is the after. But when I tried to teach it, I'd forgotten. Look at that. Just click the letter Q and it's going to cycle through
And then you
each
won't
time.
mess it up. Or I
Yeah.
won't mess it
Q,
up.
Q, 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 Q,
Great. It's
Q.
fantastic.
Oh man, I'm so glad you reminded me of this one, and I am going to try to remember it. Cycle between before and after. And again, it kind of makes sense that I forgot about the shortcut because I don't use the befores and afters a lot other than when I teach. I want to focus on making it look as good as I want in the after. I find that sometimes the before and after skews you into trying to find some in between that's different. And ultimately, if you learn to look away, clean your eyes from everything, and then after a while just look back, does it look good to you or does it look pink? Does it look blue? And then fix that. That's the final that's the final thing people are going to see is the after. They're never going to see the before and after. So that's the one that needs to look good. It doesn't matter if it's much bluer or less or much greener than before. Who cares the before? It's the after that needs to look good, right? So I tend not to do the before and after too much. But it is pretty fun to do this and go, oh, well, look at that. Okay, now I would still like to get more blue back into my sky. Sorry, I went too many. So I'm going to have to do some masking. All right, let's continue. There are many other choices here that I could play with, but at this point, it's more important to teach you how to do a bit of masking. I'm looking at the time and I'm so glad that I've made it to pretty much almost the end of the class, so I'm going to continue. I didn't know that I'd get this far. But I need to look at the time. It's 1:45, right, that we finish? I'm just trying to make sure. Look, yeah. So we have 45 minutes. Good. So let's do a little bit of masking. Don't forget that your homework is, if you have a raw file, do it on a raw file. If you don't have a raw file, or if you have a JPEG that needs to be fixed and your RAWs are looking good, then open a JPEG. Try to find a photo that needs probably some fixing. And remember, at the beginning, this one didn't seem so bad to us. It didn't seem great, but it didn't seem so bad. So you might have photos that are like that. They're just photos, right? There's not like they have to be bad photos to want to fix them. But you have a photo that you'd like to see if you can make better. Open that one. Never mind if it's raw or not. Just do a right click, open in raw, and give me at some point, if you can, give me a screenshot of your before or after as proof of what you did to it. Does that make sense? As your homework? Okay. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so it's time to do some masking. I want to be able to mask and do something to my water here, which I'm going to make it look artificially really colorful because I know I can because I just saw it over here when I did that, right? I can see I can get some real colors in there. So that means I'm going to do more of that. I'm going to mask my colors to do that. And then I'm going to see if I can get some more blue into the sky. And then who knows if I want to do something to the houses too. So the masking I'm talking about in Photoshop, I could go in and I could in Photoshop, like I could go in and decide that I'm going to make each one of these little flowers blue. I'm going to choose this little triangle of white and make it pink. I'm going to choose the guy's jacket or get rid of the guy, that I see in there. All of that I can do in Photoshop. In like the most detailed of things can be done in Photoshop versus in Camera Raw, the masking is good, but it's not precise to the line of saying, I'm going to use that little white piece is going to become pink. I can't do that. But I can tell it to choose the sky versus the ground versus the water. And it does become a precise mask. So it's before you couldn't do even that. You had to just do general areas. Now you can choose water, buildings, sky, and it does a good thing, but it wouldn't like select just like this one building and make it lighter. For that, you need to go into Photoshop. Does that make sense? So it's a different level of masking. So let's head over to the masks, and they are up here on the set of tools. We're done with editing tools. There's a ton more to explore where you can play with them on your own a bit after class, but right now, let's head down. The second one is cropping. Let's assume we don't want to crop this one. The third one is the removing, right? If we wanted to remove those people or spots or stuff like that, I'm not going to use that one right now. The one that I want us to do is the one after that, the little dotted circle. Those are the masks. So let's click on that. And once you click on that, you discover that by default, you could be choosing either the subject, the sky, or the background. It's AI. You don't choose right now what's included or not. Let's go subject, sky, or background, or landscape. When you select landscape, it will be able to distinguish between water and sky and things like that. Let's start with sky. It's the most obvious big thing here. Let's click on sky and let's see how good of a selection it makes. So I clicked on sky and it's created a mask. Recognize the mask, that white and black thing that we've worked on last week? And if I hover over it, it's showing me in pink the part that it considers to be the sky. Okay? Can you tell? All right. And I look and I go, yeah, looks like it did pretty good job. It seems to have included this flag since this little flag is also going pink. So maybe it included a few more things that we want, but it's good enough. We can then try to fix it. But for now, let's see. The good news is that here I seem to see a window that goes through, and it seems to have figured it out because it seems to be including that. And I'm just looking at what becomes pink, but I can't point to it because when I point to it, it stops being pink. But keep your eyes on that and do that and notice that that's whole window is going pink. So maybe we're going to have to work on reducing a little bit those details. But for the most part, I think it's a pretty good job of selecting my sky. Okay. So that's the mask has been added. Everyone's there. You all clicked on the word sky and the mask popped in. Okay. Now let's go over here. I now have a whole new set of light exposure and they are all at 0. This is on top of what I had already chosen before. These are just for this sky. So say that right now I decide to make the highlights really bright or the highlights really dark. See how it's only affecting the sky? But in this case, it truly is only affecting the sky. It's just not, everything has been masked out. It's not, anything that's black is not being affected. Only what's white is being affected. So now I'm going to head down and see if I can head over to saturation. Can I get some blue back if I saturate? There's so little color, I don't even know there's enough to saturate, but let's try to saturate that color. Yeah, and I'm getting a bit of a blue back, but once again, when you saturate a color, it goes a little bit weird. Remember over here, what is it that Sisambeth posted here? this is an example of something that's overly saturated. So it's turning into banding colors, like the colors going kind of crazy. If you overly saturate something, in this case, it actually even changes color because it was a sunset. In our case, we have this boring old blue, nothing. So it did go darker, but so I'm not seeing that banding so much, but when I make a choice that big with so much saturation, you might want to go to 100% and explore that sky up closer to see what's happening and see if you're getting any of that banding. And I'm not seeing banding. All I'm seeing is that my clouds are turning purple and pink. And that depends on how much green or magenta or yellow you added to your sky before, right?
Diana,
Yeah.
I have a question. Like I clicked, I have the mask, but and like yours is going back to the blue sky and mine stays pink. So
Okay.
I'm not sure
Okay.
if I forgot something.
So I just grabbed my the mask is the mask, right?
Okay, yeah.
The pink is marking where the mask is, but nothing should be happening to my sky yet. Now I need to go and make choices here to change my sky. So I might want to make just my sky, change the temperature to a lot of blue, but then be careful because that includes the cloud, and clouds usually aren't blue, right? So again, this is a mask that isn't completely like you can't completely you can do a better job in Photoshop, but if because you could take that cloud out. But here, if I make things a little bit more blue there and a bit more saturated there, then my cloud is also changing color, right? I could go over here and do some fine adjustment and tell it that I want a purely print glue. Like I can change the sky to any color I want. And mine was going a little bit purple. So I'm going to just bring it back to blue because I had put so much magenta in the photo before to make it warmer that suddenly when I increased the tone of my sky, it was going purple. So I'm going to just back it up a tiny bit to blue. And if this is too rough and abrupt, double click on it to bring it to the middle and then say use fine adjustment. And then it'll just bring it back little bit by little bit. And so I'm going to just take a tiny bit of that purple out of the blue so that it kind of feels a bit more blue and not so purple, although over here in these light colors, I still have purple. So all I'm doing is moving things around based on what I've taught you before, but I can't make it really blue without the cloud looking really fake, right? So you can only push things just a bit more, not necessarily a lot more. So I'm going to take some of that magenta out of the sky because I don't want a very green sky. And now I'm just bringing some of the green out. And yeah, I think I like that better. Let me see, before and after. Look at that. This is before the mask. That's the color I had for sky. And this is after. I think that's pretty natural. And if I think the blue needs to be a little bit of a different tone, I can play over here and give it a little bit of tone. And I played with that and that and this and that to give it a tone. It's quite a bit more saturated. Maybe I can back off a little bit. But from what I started, I thought it was blue and now it looks almost white, right?
Linda, I'm sorry. I don't have that rainbow color when I click on hue.
Okay.
It's just white.
Let
But-
me see your screen. Let me stop my share because I'm not sure what your settings would be. As always, things change depending on what image you're working with, but
Let me
yeah.
see if I can where are you? Oh. In Zoom, I think. Share.
Share and then share again. 2 shares.
Share.
Okay, let's see what's happening. Go click on Photoshop in the back here. There we go. Okay. So
this is
see how our sky has basically turned kind of whitish,
yeah.
So when you're in point color, you're not in color.
Oh.
Go to color, open color up, which is one above.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
By the way, point color is very powerful too. I'm going to show it to you later, but right now the one I was demoing is just color. Okay.
Okay, good.
So play around with that one. I'm going to stop your share. Anyone else have something before I share my screen? No. Okay.
What'd you say?
Does anyone else have, before I share my screen again, does anyone else have a question? No? Okay. All right. Let me, I'm trying to turn off. I started working on the point color and I'm trying to delete the point color choices I made. And it's not trying to Command Z my way, but there. Okay. So we're going to use point color another time. All right. Where's my share? Here we go. All right. So for better or for worse, when I look at this mask, I can either turn it on or off here as in the color for the mask only, but maybe I had also changed some exposure and that wouldn't give me I hadn't, but what if I had darkened the exposure of the sky or lightened it or done something to it, added some more contrast or highlights or dark, who knows, like you guys. Now I am going to try and see if I can get less color on my cloud. That's the only part I'm not liking, but for that, I might have to eliminate some of the color from the mask. And I don't know, given how much I need to do a lot more. Yeah, I don't even think I can right now. Yeah, it's going to take, I'm barely teaching you guys masks, not even adding to the mask right now. So anyway, forget that I said anything. Rewind back to where I was saying, if you want to see the effects of your entire mask, you can go over here with where you want to see your mask. Here's a create a new mask. We don't want to create a new mask. This is the mask that I want. And I want to turn this little eyeball on and off. And this is the effect of just the mask. And if you think it's too much or too little, then you go, oh, maybe I should back down a bit, or maybe I should add to that, or maybe this, or maybe that. You keep going and playing around with that here. I'm thinking that I might have, it might be a bit too intense. We'll see. But also, you can call it something. Right now it's just called mask one. You could double click on the mask one and call this one sky color, for example. That's all we did to this one. So how did I do that? Over here, it was called mask one. I double clicked on the name and called it whatever it is. In this case, this was my sky color mask. Okay. And that's what it is. And this is where I changed it and made it a bit more, a bit less colorful. All right. Is everyone good? If I hate it and I want to completely undo this, I can click on that and undo, reset, complete back to zero the mask. But ideally, you're not so unhappy with it and you like what's happening. Down a little bit. And then it's the before and after of just my mask. It isn't it shouldn't. What I'm noticing now as I see the before and after is the way I've edited this photo. A blue sky doesn't make that much sense because I went kind of yellow. So I might need to bring it back down again. So I'm going to just bring the blue a little bit off to make it a little bit yellower. But I just wanted it to be a bit more sad. That matches my photo a bit better. I had made it a bit too blue. That matches my photo better. Okay, so there, and and am I right or am I wrong? I don't know. It's my point of view that this one matches better. Before it seemed like I had made it a bit too blue, right? But a bit too blue based on what I did to my front. Maybe it's not too blue if I had a different choice for the front. All right. Are we all good with this mask? Let's add another mask. I want to add a mask to my water. Let me see. It so doesn't look like water. Let's see if the computer recognizes this as water, because this color is kind of murky. I'm a feeling it'll fill it out, but let's see. Let's go to create new mask. Click on the plus sign to create a new mask. Let's go to select landscape, because when we select landscape, then it gives me the choice of sky, which it already did, architecture, or water. And it's doing a pretty good job of water. So let me click on water. Yeah, it did a good job. Architecture, it was a bit off. It gave me on and off some parts, but for water, it's given me water pretty well. Let's go ahead and select water, and then let's say create. And this one is called water already because it was already water, so that's good. And now let's see what we can do with water. And here before I had pushed the saturation and I had liked all the colors it gave me in the water, and that's not bad. But if I go crazy and saturate it to the top, now it's giving me these crazy neon reflections here, which can't be real. Does that make sense? I mean, it's fine if this is an abstract painting of color, but in relation to this photo, that's not realistic. That's not the color that's being reflected. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm going to double click to back off, and I'm going to see, well, if I do want to saturate this, let's try. What should I do? And I'm going to just saturate it a little bit. And that does seem a bit more realistic. Do I want to make it a little bit bluer? Is that water was pretty murky brown? Do I want to try to make it look blue? Oh, do I want to make it look yellow? Well, do I want to make it look red or pink? You know, I'm just working with these, or I'm going to double click back to these to 0, all of these to 0. And do I want to kind of change the colorways of the whole water? So as you can see, it's all a matter of making choices. I'm going to saturate it a little bit, and maybe I'm going to back off of that green by moving this. I'm not sure. Maybe I prefer it to go that way. Let me just play around with it a bit with the extremes, and then I'll decide where I want to land. Huh. It wasn't blue water, but what if I make it a little bit bluer? Just to change the photo. Nah, doesn't look too good being so blue. So I'm just playing around. I think I'm going to leave it pretty much the colors it was, but I'm just going to saturate them. So this is my before and my after of the water, which is pretty subtle. I'm going to make it a little bit more gold. That's what oh, gold. That looks good. Yeah. I like the water being a bit golder. Yeah, blue didn't work. A bit more gold. That's nice. Okay, so that's my before and my after. See how when I do before and after, you might, depending on what Zoom is showing you, it might not even be so different. But to me, it gives it a much more rich set of tones, and I like that. Someone was about to say something?
I was going to say, if it doesn't reflect the buildings, it looks altered.
Yeah, so you need to always consider what you're doing. I haven't worked on the buildings yet. Maybe I'm going to work on the buildings. Now, with the color of the water so rich, because I added, now the sky seems a bit blah again. So maybe I need to go and click on sky color, and I'm just showing you how you might go back and forth and go, oh, maybe I go and set the temperature of the sky a little bit bluer again. So now the whole thing matches a little bit better, but now maybe I need to work on the buildings, which I haven't yet done, right? So you can go
Diane,
back and forth. By the time I'm done, Gerard is done, Wally is done, Rebecca's done. Our photos are going to look pretty different because there's so many places where you can make choices. Yes, Linda?
oh, I'm going to share my screen because I
Oh.
got something.
Okay,
I
hold
got
on. I need to stop mine first or it won't work. Okay, go ahead and share your screen.
You see it now?
No, you need to share and share again. 2 shares. There, now it's coming in. Okay, yeah.
There's a funny looking blue thing at the bottom. What is that?
I don't see a funny looking blue thing. You mean on your dock?
Oh, I'm in Zoom now. I
No,
don't see
you have
anything.
this. Do you mean that?
I can't even see what you're doing. Let me see here. Let me go back in here.
Click on
It's like this
photo.
little thing right here. What
Yeah,
is that?
yeah. That is just marking you that is the water mask. See that little icon that's there? That's your water mask.
How do I get rid of it?
No, nothing. When you click on sky, it'll disappear. It's just a marking showing it
Oh,
to you.
okay.
Go ahead and click over here on sky color and you'll see how it disappears. It's just,
Okay,
go ahead and click on sky color.
okay. It's just
It just means you're working on your water mask. Had we chosen landscape sky, we would have had a little choice for sky. But since we went with the general sky, we had to change the name to sky. But it just, when you click on water, try water again now, it points up and it's just showing you that that's the water mask. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Freaked me out. I was going, oh my God.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's transparent to me because I know what it is. And so it's good when people point out things that suddenly make no sense. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So here I am in with my, so here I go. See when oh, here's the sky one. There it is. That's the one that marks the sky, that little weird thing in the middle of my sky. That's the sky. And when I click on water, there's that
Okay.
water one. Okay. And when I go back to sky, there's that little sky guy. That's okay. And now let's see, maybe I want to do something on the buildings. Let's see. So let's add another mask. Let's create a new mask. That's a third mask we're going to create. And we're going to go ahead and go to landscape again. But this time we're going to choose architecture. And this is where when you look at it, it's weird because it's choosing the buildings because they are architecture. But over here, it chose a bit of that wall of the river and it didn't choose the other bit. You see that? So it's not perfect, but it's pretty good as well. So I'm going to say okay to that, which means it's not going to include the boats. Later, if we did want, because we're going to see a difference by the time we're done with this and this and this, then I can show you how to amend a mask and either take this out or add this to the mask. But for now, let's go with, and mine might have chosen this and yours might have chosen something different. It's your choice. Let me know. But over here, it also seems to have left out the green tree. And over here, there's a piece of art coming out of that building, which is like a bunch of fish that are hanging out, I remember. It didn't choose that either. See how it's still green colored instead of pink? And it didn't choose the cow. Didn't consider the cow part of the architecture. So I'm just looking and see what it left in and out. We can then add and say, no, I'd please add the cow or please add the fish. But I didn't add those people. Those people have been left out. And you know, because they're not pink, right? Okay. So now let's say create. And so here we have our architecture version. And now let's see if I make my exposure of my architecture much lighter or much darker. See how it's only affecting the architecture? So now if I add some contrast to that, which I like a bit more those buildings were a bit blah. If I add a bit more contrast, then I seem to be matching what I did with my sky and my foreground. But how about I take off the contrast and instead, what if I go and I make my whites whiter? So now their buildings are popping in a lot, you know, popping up quite a bit. Or my highlights, okay? Or if I darken the darks or I lighten the shadows, you know, so basically I have just popped, let me see. That was my buildings before and that's my buildings now. So I am brightening things, maybe like you like it, Wally, but without lightening them because brighter, this is brighter than that, but it's not lighter. It's not kind of washed out. You know what I mean? That before and after, I think that I've brightened them without washing them out, without lightening them. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Before, after of just the buildings, before and after. Yeah. So, and I'm just playing around with stuff. So, and maybe I'll saturate it a little bit or not. I don't know that it needed saturation. But the whole point is that I can go over here and turn that eyeball on and off. Or let me see if I do the Q. That was my before and this is my after. I had no idea when I first opened it that it looked so blue. And why did it look so blue? And the camera captured it is because it was a very end of the day shade and it was a correct capture for the camera. This is me making it look like I think it looked in my mind. It was this beautiful sunset over the river with they're not gondolas there. This is Portugal, so they're not gondolas. They're I don't remember. They had another name, but I can't remember what. This is what I remember standing in. This is what my photo captured. So now I'm making it look a bit like what I thought it was, a very colorful, beautiful kind of sunset, but this wasn't showing that. This is what my camera got. This is what now I think it is. Does that make sense? Now you weren't there, so you just make it think, look whatever you think it'll look. But that's at this point where I'm at with my masks. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead now and ask you to do a screenshot. I know you're probably, and you can go back and maybe adjust the water a bit more, sky a bit more, the architecture a bit more. Just start working on them to make them match what your vision of this thing would be. And now I am going to screenshot all of this. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to post. And this is like my before and after of all three of my masks. Sky, architecture, and water. And architecture, skies, architecture, and water. Okay. Is this yours with your masks there, Gerard? Let me check. Cool. All right. Ooh, I like that. See, he went darker than I did, but it also looks much more intriguing than this one, right? So it's a choice. Again, maybe this is a bit more accurate to reality, as I said before, to the one that I'm painting, which is all bright and, cozy. But now I'm going to go check in mine. Yours doesn't seem to have much difference between here and there in your architecture. I changed mine quite a bit, so I'm going to go check and see if I need to adapt my mask a little bit too. But for the most part, this is when you have to go at 100% and start inspecting each area to make sure that you didn't leave a weird area like I might have left on mine. Let me see. Maybe it's not enough to make a difference because the white didn't change so much, but I know that this was included in the mask and this was not. So maybe I need to include it or uninclude it. I don't know. But for now, that's my alarm saying we're 15 minutes away. So thanks. Let me see. Linda. There we go. You got your 3 masks. Okay. So this is your before and this is your after. And in your case, your sky, I'm not seeing much of it, but what I see in your sky is that this side of your sky is going a little bit green and this is going a little bit pink. Pink might be true of a sunset sky. I'm not sure that green is that true of a sunset sky. So you might want to go into your sky mask and see if you can bring the green down a little bit. That's just as a suggestion. It could also be that it looks green to me in my screen and not in yours. So again, I might be saying something that isn't true to you. You know what I mean? So I just throw that out and then you can decide. But how would you do that? You would have to click on sky if you were to want to. Click on sky here, and then these tools would be regarding your sky mask, and then you can go to your temperature and see if you can bring down a bit of the green, add a bit more magenta to make it look a bit more neutral, if that's what you wanted to do. All right. And let me see who else posted. Lisbeth. All right. And there's your 3 masks. Okay, good. You guys are so great. You seem to have made your changes a bit more like the ones I made, where your water went a bit gold or brown, your sky is a bit bluer, which, by the way, for a while, the sky looked very different because with our first corrections, the sky was looking kind of white. The fact that it's looking less different now, other than the tone, is because we brought it back in with a mask. Does that make sense? Because our first correction, of all things, this was all blue. So the sky was kind of blue. It was nice. But as soon as we took the blue off of everything, the sky had gone kind of white. So this is kind of like bringing it back in. Do you want to bring it back in looking like what tone of sky, right? And that's where Linda's, to me, seemed a bit green. But again, it all depends on your own. Mine, when I did it, it looked a bit purple. So then I went and backed off on the magenta to take it off. Okay, so cool. This one is looking much more like the choice that I made on mine, which again isn't right or wrong. It's just the colorways. Gerard was looking darker. Let me see who else. And then Rebecca. Here's your befores and afters. Okay. And yeah, you went a little bit more gold as well as mine. You left your buildings a little bit darker than mine. And again, now choices, right? And some of the choices might be because you are learning and you prefer none of that, or some of the choices might be just because that's your choice. And that is the choice you made, not because you're learning or not learning. You're good. Did I see everyone's? I think I saw Gerard's at first, but that was that one. So here you have another one. So you posted this twice. Oh, wow. You went, okay. So now you put quite a bit of yellow in here. This doesn't look white anymore. See? But well, before it was very blue. Now you went not neutral, but moved it into the yellow as far as I see it, which again, who knows if you weren't there, who knows what's right or wrong. But I'm just saying that because look at where I can see the difference. See the mask that didn't pick up this versus that? Now that he went so yellow in the buildings, you can see that this went yellow and this stayed grayer. Does that make sense? That's where I see it and had
Oh
the
yeah,
mask.
I missed that.
Yeah. Now, I haven't shown you how to modify your mask yet. In the other
Yeah.
examples, the mask was so subtle that there was no difference, but I'm so glad you showed this one because in your case where you made the buildings much more yellow, suddenly we can see that the mask wasn't correct because this is weird. Why would this part of the white be yellow and this be white? So you have to either add this to the yellow or take away this from the yellow. Does that make sense? Or if you say, well, it wasn't supposed to be so yellow, I'll bring down the yellow, but say that you chose to make that yellow. Well, then you need to fix this bit. So let me see if we have enough time left to teach you how to fix a mask. Okay. So I'm glad you brought that up because since everyone's masks were not being so different, let me just check out on Jacob's first before we move. And okay, so Jacob went green with his water. Okay. Or golden green. His sky is pretty kind of neutral. In fact, his sky is the one that is the most of all our examples, most looks like the original sky. So he managed to keep his sky looking almost like the original one. And his buildings are pretty neutral because it's a bit of green, a bit more green here than there. So we all do have that mask was made kind of weird for all of us. So if we made a big change in the architecture, then we'll see a difference. If our change in the architecture was more subtle, we might not see so much of a difference. So now when I have us amend our mask, notice that for some of you, you'll really see it, and for others, you won't. So if you want to really see the masking amendment, go ahead and force your buildings to be bright pink or something so that you can, I'm going to show you, so that you can really see your mask correction. Then you can go back and take that correction off. Does that make sense? Just to see the mask a bit better. So great. Let me share my screen and then and I was sharing my screen. Let me go back to Photoshop. And one thing I haven't done yet is complete this. At this point, probably given how the chances that your computer might or not crash, it might have been better after all this work to have said done a few times. I'm going to say done for a second here, just so that I don't lose all the work I've been doing. And also to remind you that that's what you'll do at the end of the day. And then when you want to bring it up again, you go back to Bridge and you bring it from here. Because if you open it from Photoshop, it'll open inside of Photoshop. It won't open your Camera Raw again. So to open the Camera Raw settings, you have to go back to Bridge to open it, okay? Even though you will see it here in Photoshop as the last image you worked on, don't do that or you will not have access. You won't be able to access your raw settings. This is something we'll talk about next week. How do I go back on these raw settings once you've already opened it in Photoshop? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to use another image for that. But right now, I'm going to open back in Camera Raw. And now that I've seen other people's examples, I go back to mine and I'm feeling like it's a little bit garish, like I went a bit too colorful. So maybe it's really good to back away, you know, people who are writers and painters and artists, you know, that you have to stop working at some point, walk away, and then come back to a piece, right? To be able to see it again. So that's what you need to do with Photoshop as well. When you've done something and you go, oh, it's looking so good. I've been punching up the colors, and then you walk in and come back and you go, whoa, that's a bit too much. And that's kind of the effect that I just felt when I came upon mine. I think it's looking a bit too intense. But anyway, right now, my masks are gone. Not that they're gone, but I'm not seeing my masks. I'm seeing the full final before, the full final after version of this. So to be able to pick up those masks, do something about them, I need to go and click on the masks again. And there they are, my 3 masks. Okay. So I'm going to go into the architecture one where I know that there was a problem with that mask. And I know again, because if I hover right here over the mask, I'm seeing pink everywhere. And then half of this is pink and half is not, right? So how do you fix that? Well, what I'm going to do because once I start working on it, I won't see that pink anymore. I'm going to look at the numbers that I have in this mask I'm going to click over here and look at the numbers of what I made for this mask. And I'm seeing that I went saturation 13. I know that I went to saturation 13 and that I changed all this things and my temperature is 0. Let me force one of these. So this is easy. These are 0, 0. I'm going to force one of these to something ridiculous, knowing that it's easy to remember to bring it back to 0. There you go. By forcing it to be pink, now I can see what I need to fix. Do you see what I mean? It's just a tool. After I fix this mask by either including this piece in or getting rid of this piece, then I can just double click, bring this back to 0, and then it'll be okay. Now, for some of you guys, it's not necessary because you didn't do enough changes that it looks different, but I just want everyone to know how to fix a mask. Okay, so that's why I'm having us do this. So let's force that, or even that, I don't care, to both of these will come back to 0. And now it's up to you. You can choose to add this to the architecture or take this away from architecture, your choice. I'm not sure which one would be more correct.
Yeah, Diana, I was wondering because as I was staring at mine, if you look at just above the boat, there's that little thin strip of white
Yeah, that
and
one.
capstones, which is still
That
wall.
Yeah.
And then off to the right behind the boat at the
Yeah, there.
stern, you got the same thing. So maybe it's best just to treat the wall like maybe it was its own color.
Yeah, maybe the wall should be like the boat, remain untouched and get rid of this. Because otherwise, if you include this, then you
It's
also
all-
have to include that and that and that and that and that and that, which is not impossible, but that's the kind of thing better done in Photoshop. Here, you can't get as precise with your masking. So I'm going to choose to just delete this portion from it, right? And if you really did want to choose that, then you would have to go in and choose everything, right? So let's zoom into this a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and click to 100%, hold down my space bar, move over here, and basically I want to take this off of the mask, okay? Now, who remembers how you alter a mask? From what we saw the other day, you have to either add black or white to a mask, right?
Right.
To modify our masks. Everyone remembers that? Well, in this program, it's giving us a choice here to add or subtract